All right. Hello. Happy Friday. Doing this part feels really weird. um, my name is Kat. You guys know me as Elaine from our normal Shattered Earth campaign. However, due to scheduling conflicts, I shall be taking up the DM seat, or as it is known in what we are playing, I am your keeper. So we are going to be doing a Call of Cthulhu 7th edition mini campaign that I'm kind of taking liberties with. We're going to be running mostly Masks of Neil Thulta. So if you want to get those books either online or at your local game shop, if this is something that sounds fun and interesting to you, go right ahead. Feel free. This first session, we are actually going to be stealing from 5th edition a little bit. This is a Call of Cthulhu style take on the Witchlight Carnival from one of the adventure books that's come out recently. We will have one more investigator, as you guys are referred to now, joining us a little bit later. But for this game, we have... and you guys will go ahead, we'll introduce your characters a little bit later. But for this one, we do have Alicia, Cody, and Nathan with us. And then an old, longtime watcher and player, Mark, he'll be joining us a little bit later too. I can't guarantee that you guys will be scared, hopefully, fingers crossed. But there's definitely going to be some creepy things going on. Call of Cthulhu is a D100 based system, so we're not going to be using D20s too much for this. But we're going to take it nice and slow with this first game, because a lot of people are unfamiliar with how this game works. And is everyone ready?
It feels really weird putting back dice that are rolling 90s.
Yes.
Yes, the concept of this game, because it's D100, is you want the lower rolls. So it's going to feel a little bit weird, because you're going to get excited that you rolled high.
So not
Like,
the metal dice, okay.
You want the bad rolls this evening.
Pull out your crap dice. This is the time for them to shine.
This is the time that the dice that you keep locked away and in dice jail will do what they were meant to do all along.
No, this is the time the dice you lock away will roll good. That's it. High.
Well, for your sakes, let's hope they don't. Alrighty. Are you guys ready?
Always.
All right, so this evening we are set in the 1920s. It is 1925. You guys are kind of spread all over the world, just a little bit. This game is designed, in the long run, is designed to span a total of 7 countries in its entirety. So it's late in the evening. Each of you are in your respective homes, apartments, studios, what have you. And you all finally lay down for the night. Alicia, I know your character is in Egypt, so it is early in the morning, so you would have already been sleeping by this time.
Okay, fair.
Because about 7 or 8 our time is like 2:30 in the morning there. Somewhere in there. My math may be a little bit wrong, but I do know it is very early morning.
Oh yeah, she's sleeping.
You guys all drift off. That is the last thing you really remember. The night is quiet and calm, and your dreams aren't too crazy. And you all slowly start to feel yourselves waking, but it feels off, just a little bit. When you all open your eyes, you are standing. You are in whatever your normal day clothes would be. You're not in PJs or anything like that. And you're facing a wall. Each of you are facing a wall.
Oh.
What kind of wall?
Just looks like a normal brick wall.
I don't know. Slowly run my hand across it.
Not again.
It's a little cold to the touch, but it's solid.
Look around.
How strange.
As you all slowly start to look around, Cody, since you were the first one to do so, you notice that for the sake of this, we are going to act as if Mark is already here. You see 3 other people also facing a wall. And as you all start to look around, you notice the same thing, and as you look around, you all start to notice each other.
Do any of them kind of like get a... Do they look like they're also from Egypt? Do they look like people I might have seen before?
No. You guys do not recognize anyone in this room.
How... Is it like a square room and we're all facing different directions?
It is actually, as you look around, it is a 5-sided room.
Does the
Oh.
5th side have a door?
You don't see a door necessarily. There is no physical door or doorway or anything on it. But there are currently 4 of you, looking just as confused as the last, kind of staring at each other with this confused look on your faces.
Well...
I would like everyone to make their first roll of the evening, and we're going to do a spot hidden check. So you're going to roll, so on your character sheets, you will see a skill that is called spot hidden. The idea of this is you want to roll whatever that number is, or lower.
Okay, where is it?
Well, I rolled a 69 and I have an 80, so...
Hey.
Nice.
Oh, mine's not too good. I'm not very observant. No, I rolled a 50. And mine's a 25.
Okay. Did anyone happen... We can't hear you.
I rolled a 3.
Oh!
Okay. That gets me to my next question. Did anyone happen to roll lower than half or lower than a quarter of what their full score is?
I'm checking the score, but that is a low number.
So you'll see on your sheet you have your 1 main number, and then there are 2 slightly smaller numbers right to the side of that.
Oh,
Those numbers... Does it not?
No.
No.
Mine just
Just
has
for
a
main
25.
stats.
We gotta do math. Right now.
But no, 69 is not less than half of 80.
Okay.
Mine's
That is
25, I don't
okay.
have the math.
That is okay. So if you look at your main stats, if you see how next to each one it has a number that is half and then a number that is a quarter of that rounded down. So it's basically taking your score, cutting it in half, and then it halves that a second time. Those are your 3 threshold markers for what level of a success you've gotten. So your first one, that larger number, so 50, 80, whatever it may be, that is a regular success. That is a success regardless, you've succeeded. You did the thing. It may have taken you a second, but you did it. That first number that is halved, so if it's 80, that would be a 40. When you roll 40 or lower, that is considered a great success. That means you did it a little bit better than the average time you've done it before. You're getting a little bit better at it, or you just got really lucky. Then once you go down into that final smaller number, that is an extreme success. That means you have done this with kind of like flying colors. Now when you guys roll a 1, we'll get into that a little bit more too. But you guys, everyone except for Alicia's character, you all
Hell yeah.
start to notice there is a weird shimmer to that last wall that no one was standing in front of. And faintly, you can hear music.
I
I'm
go
just
check
studying
out the
this
shimmer.
wall.
Okay. What would you like to do to check out this shimmer?
Touch it.
As you reach your hand out and touch it, your hand passes right through.
I'm just gonna walk through it.
Fascinating
the
use of
world?
mirrors.
What would the rest of you like to do?
I'll follow.
You just
What are
watched
you doing?
a man you have never seen before disappear through a wall.
I'm not going near. No, absolutely not.
Cody, you said you're following behind him?
He ran away.
For sake of this, Mark will also follow through. Kind of calling after you, like, hey.
They're all mad. I slowly get closer, just try to look at it.
As you start to get closer, you don't even really need a check anymore. You can start to see there's this slight little shimmer to the wall. It doesn't look like you've been studying the wall you were in front of for quite a while. It doesn't look anything like it.
Very different wall.
So, through the illusion.
With ketchup.
Yes. Sorry, my food just got here.
I guess if there's... it's just a dream anyway, it doesn't matter.
If
and
you are eating,
walk through
I
a
will
path
do
with them.
that for now.
All right. So reluctantly, you follow after the three men that were in here as well. Like, there wasn't even a time gap between any of you. You all are pushed through this wall and are all now standing right next to each other. And in front of you, with bright colors that don't even seem like they should mesh and match, there is a huge carnival spread out around you with trees lining all around behind it. And now the music is quite louder.
It's a joke, right?
I
This is
look
some kind of-
around and just quietly say, I didn't drink that much last night.
Wonderful. And who are you?
I'm
If
Frederick.
you guys would like to go ahead and introduce yourselves, describe yourselves to each other, do introductions.
Okay, Frederick.
I have decently nice clothing, but it's dirty. I look scruffy, like I don't really care about how I look. I haven't put much thought into this, to be honest.
That's okay.
Just picture a Florida man in the 20s, and that is Frederick.
Oh no. Charmed, I suppose. My character's name is Hiket. She is very small. She's her size is a 37, so she is an itty bitty woman. Short, kind of cropped, dark hair. She doesn't have very expensive clothing, but it's very well tailored to her. It's like she takes care in the outfit that she puts on and presents to the world. Very heavy eye makeup, and she wears a little circlet holding her hair down of a little frog. And generally a little more withdrawn and confused, but well spoken.
I forgot about those numbers. Frederick is quite big with an 80, but he's quite ugly with, a
Hodel.
35 appearance.
She's just like, she's just charmed, I guess.
So it's an accurate depiction of me standing next to Nathan.
Yes.
So, my name's Sebastian. He's wearing a extremely well-tailored three-piece suit, dressed to the nines. Fairly good-looking, very clean-shaven, clean-cut. Has a pocket watch. You can see the chain. Wearing alligator shoes. And basically looks like he's ready to go to a formal dinner.
At least you look like a professional.
And then you have Mark, from which I understand is a
Waiter.
A chef?
Yeah.
Oh, waiter. Okay.
The little towel. Ready.
I wanted to pull up his stats real quick. Give me 1 second. So the final man introduces himself as Mark. He is late 40s. He's medium build, a little balding on top. He is in what looks like a very well-dressed, kind of like a host or a waiter's outfit for a nice restaurant and things like that. And a little confused, just as the rest of you, and he's trying to focus on what all of you are saying, but also his eyes keep catching the lights hitting everything and like bouncing off and all of this. And so it's a little hard for him to keep attention on you guys.
I'm not going to be able to nail it. We'll try to get it right, but my character has a very Boston accent.
My character is Egyptian. I mean,
I am
best.
not yet going to attempt an accent.
Yeah, same. I got to try to figure it out.
We'll get it out of you. Yeah, don't worry. All right. As you all are standing there, and you're just kind of watching everything go on, and you're watching some of the, well, you can't tell if they're working the carnival, you can't tell if they're visiting it. And while some of them look normal, there are quite a few that look strange. You see people with wings fluttering around on their backs. You see large, burly, humanoid creatures, but their skin is dark green and there's tusks protruding from their faces. You see people covered in scales. You see people of every color. And not what you're normally used to. These people are pale pinks and lavenders and blues. You swear you see someone sliding through the crowd with horns on their head.
Absolutely ridiculous. This... I can't decide if I'm dreaming or not.
What did I take last night?
Well, I don't know if I'm dreaming or somebody slipped me something, but if somebody slipped me something, the effect should wear off in a few hours, depending on what the chemical is.
Nah,
He's some
yeah.
sort of chemist.
All of it's a good time.
I don't think so. I was working. There's no way someone could have slipped me something. Not even my editor came by last night. So we're dead. In the land of the gods. Or the devils.
This isn't hell.
Sweet. Of course not. I wouldn't go there.
Maybe not you,
You
but there's
might be
no way I'd
lost.
go anywhere else.
As you are all talking, almost out of nowhere, there's a slight pale blue flash in front of you. And there's a gentleman there in all striped reds and blacks. And you see he has long, large, pointed ears that come off of his head and almost unnaturally yellow hair that comes down to about his shoulders. And he goes, "Was it in your boot? Did you find it nestled beneath your pillow, perhaps?"
I'm sorry?
What are you on?
Are you the person who drugged us?
Drugged? No! Your ticket! Your ticket, silly! Where did you find it this time?
My ticket. Oh, I suppose something brought us here.
Go on, dig! Sometimes it's in a boot, sometimes it's in a pocket. Sometimes it's behind your ear.
I suppose, why not? And check my pockets.
I'll start
Alright.
going through my pockets.
I'll look through my pockets too.
As you guys all start digging through, let's go ahead and just do another spot hidden check for this.
Oh, it's wonderful. What I'm great at.
Oh,
Well,
78! I am still good.
Yes.
I'm terrible at this, but I rolled a 6.
Maybe I need to
Awesome.
look for different dice.
Sebastian, without effort, you reach your hand into your coat pocket, like if you're going for a book or whatever you keep right here, and you feel something that wasn't there before. And you pull it out, and you're holding a bright purple and pink ticket. There's nothing written on it, but it shimmers slightly.
Fascinating.
Frederick, it takes you a little bit, but eventually you find the same thing. But you reach into your back pocket, and all of a sudden there's a ticket that looks identical to the one Sebastian pulled out.
Hey,
What
it
did
looks
you
like
roll
yours.
again?
I rolled a 20, so mine's a 25, so I just got
Okay,
it.
so you're good. And just as you are searching through everything, you kind of go to scratch your head. Because you're like, there's nothing here. And you feel a small little piece of paper. And you pull on it. And there's your ticket.
Now that
Oh, yes! See? Your tickets to the Witchlight Carnival! And he turns around and just gestures to everything in front of you.
I suppose it makes sense. I was born from the Nile, you know. I hand him my ticket. I would love an entrance.
Oh, yes, and he collects all of your tickets and kind of dances around as he does it. He just looks ecstatic, like overly joyful to be here and for you to be here.
Actually looks very out of place.
It's a little off-putting because you've never seen people act like this in public.
I'm
Not
too
people that you
hungover
would
for this
interact
shit.
with anyway.
And your name
Come!
was?
My name, I'm just one of the hands.
The Hands,
Mm-hmm.
right? Pleasure
Now
to meet
come.
you.
Come, enter the grounds. It's a traveling place full of dazzling wagons and fun. Will you wrestle with the goblins? Will you try and catch the dragon sprites? Oh, what will be first?
I'm sure my tall friend here would he was born for wrestling. You can
Sorry, guys, we have technical difficulties here, apparently.
Worse
They
than
do not
normal.
want us to go to the carnival. But, where we left off, you guys were kind of ushered through the gates, and as you walked through, they just fizzled and dropped and disappeared.
That ain't normal.
And as you guys start to make your way through, for those of you who would be paying attention to it, you notice that the hand that had come to greet you and to collect your tickets isn't necessarily going with you. He's just sitting there and he's waving and he's just excited and he's just watching you go. And he goes, "Take in the talents of performers who have come from worlds away. Explore the Hall of Illusions, the Mystery Mine, the Pixie Kingdom. Try your hand at some games and win delightful prizes. And then, in a whiff of smoke, he's just gone.
That is amazing.
And the carnival is before you. Now that you're a little bit closer, you can start to smell the food just wafting in the air. And you can hear all the games and the cheering and the laughter from all over.
I don't usually go out to these big social events, but this is quite extraordinary. Are we going to watch you wrestle then, Frederick?
Why would I wrestle them? You look small and agile.
No, I'm more of a spectator. I'll write about it, I promise. This is almost like one of my last series.
Looks like you need to get your hands dirty.
As you guys start making your way through, you can start to see more people that are in that same kind of striped outfit. Kind of think Cicero from Skyrim.
Love it.
Some of them are in black and reds, some of them in purples and whites, some of them in blues and orange. They're all different colors, but it's all that same striped outfit, head to toe.
More staff. Are there any, if I look around, like, do I spot any other just attendees? Anyone there for fun?
There's tons. You see people smaller than you darting and running through the crowds. Hello?
Hello,
What's that?
Mark.
I think we have a Mark.
Oh my god, Becky.
Welcome.
Welcome to the interwebs.
Is this what the interweb is like?
It is.
Okay. A couple things here.
No problem.
I gotta get the Discord hooked up to the computer instead of the phone, and then can use my headset, and we're good.
Okay.
Alrighty. I'll give you a second so I can get you caught up on what's happened so far.
Fantastic.
We are at the carnival.
Uh-oh.
What? No, carnivals are something fun.
Hey, who doesn't like a carnival?
Me.
You guys, when I'm running it, apparently.
See, carnivals are just like big groups of people, and nobody likes big groups of people.
It's extroverts do.
You get the fried food. You know, that's what you're really there for.
I don't have fried food anymore.
Listen, Linda. You're gonna have fun. You're gonna eat that cotton candy, and you're gonna go on the spinny ride.
I am on a diet.
Not in the 1920s fantasy world we're in, you're not.
Well, my guy has a wife who decided that he is too fat. When they met, he was young and he was adventuring, but then he took an arrow to the knee.
Is that your backstory? You're just a fat retired adventurer who got shot in the knee.
He wasn't shot in the knee.
Like you once. Then I took an arrow to the knee.
My backstory is he was a treasure hunter who found a treasure, got rich, got lazy, got fat.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, why not? That's a dream, right?
He also drinks and does drugs and, you know, all the normal stuff. He's from Florida.
Yeah, it's fun.
Normal stuff for the 20s.
It's a Florida man.
Do you truly understand what it means to be from Florida?
Probably
Canadian.
I don't think so.
It's probably similar to being from Alberta.
I don't know. I don't hear a lot of Alberta man stories in the news. Sam, what are you doing?
No. I need to find a way to live up to being a Florida man in this game.
Just look up all of the Florida Man stories.
At some
So
point,
you gotta rob an
I
ice
will
cream
like.
Read
store
the
with a
news.
live alligator. Number
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to shoot someone while fighting over a parking space in a gas station parking lot.
In a onesie. A unicorn onesie.
In a unicorn onesie.
I seen a few of Florida men robbing stores with clear plastic bags over their heads.
Yeah,
What's
you
your
gotta do that
intelligence
too.
score? Tell me.
I'm actually it's a 70. I'm a smart boy.
Okay, you're
Okay,
smart enough
okay.
to not do the clear plastic bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smarter than the average Florida man.
No, okay.
Your education has to be low though if you're truly going into Florida man.
No, my education is a 90.
Why would
He's not a native Florida man.
you just don't understand?
He went to school in.
You went to university.
He went to MIT
Out of state.
and then moved to Florida and just is embracing the culture.
Cool of a took.
Oh no, we gotta wait for Mark to get back. Sorry guys, this is taking
What's your
a
life? You right.
little longer than I expected.
What is our
it's
sanity
okay.
supposed to start at?
Yes.
Depends, right?
Power.
Okay, because I read in one spot, it's
It's
like,
equal to your power.
okay. Because I read one spot when I was looking into it, it was that it's decided by the keeper.
It can be, but I'm gonna just, for now, it's gonna be equal to your
Okay,
power.
that's easy enough.
It just depends on, like, what level mode you want to play the game on, really.
Okay.
But if I want to keep you guys around for a little bit, hopefully you all have decent power.
70. So not terrible.
Yeah, mine too.
Also, what is luck?
Luck is used for pushing rolls, but we'll get into that later.
Okay.
I'm going to be doing the way luck is used a little bit differently than in previous one-shots I've done with Call of Cthulhu, but you shouldn't need that today. This is just getting you used to the basics of your rolls and your sheets and all of the things.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
A little.
Yes.
A little, yeah.
Okay,
You're
one
kinda
sec.
quiet.
I have a.
Yeah.
Just one sec. Okay, enough. Cleo, stop it.
He's quiet and I already have him at 200%.
I know.
I got
We're
a
gonna
new
get
handle
our
for this
final investigator all set up, and then we will be back into the game.
Okay.
Oh, Kamas and Amber.
I'm taking this opportunity to figure out all my roles.
I'm gonna YOLO it.
That's always fun.
My medicine is amazing.
Okay,
Isn't it your
Nathan.
The only way I
Snoopy
can succeed is if I roll a 1.
Okay, I got you covered. Don't worry.
I can hear you, Mark.
Okay. Whoever can help me here, I just need to change the settings on the microphone so you guys can hear me better, I think. And I'm not Windows 10 savvy, so that's the issue.
You might be able to do it through Discord.
Okay, let's go there then.
So go to user settings.
Yeah, where would that be?
Bottom left next to your name, then there's mute, deafen,
The little
user
gear.
settings. Yep.
Oh, yeah, got it. Perfect.
And
It was
and
being
there-
covered up by a pop-up.
In their voice and video.
Perfect, yep. Okay. Output volume?
What's your input volume at?
Full.
Okay, then there's nothing that can be done there.
Say it with your chest.
I think we can hear you okay, though. I think you'll be okay.
It's telling me you're the same level as everyone else. You don't sound it, but you should be okay. If
Okay,
not,
yeah,
I
my
can fix
output-
it for next time.
Okay, good enough, because I can hear you guys perfectly, so...
All right. That's the most important part.
Well,
All right.
sure.
So to get you caught up, everyone had gone to bed for the evening, and you kind of started to wake up, and you found yourself dressed for the day, just your normal everyday attire, facing a wall. And as you kind of started to look around, you all started to notice that there were 3 other people in the room with you, in a brick room that had 5 walls. You guys noticed on the far wall, it had a weird shimmer to it. And thanks to the initiative of Frederick, Nathan's character, you realized you can pass through it. So you all walked through it and were greeted by a gentleman with really long pointed ears and really bright yellow hair and a striped black and red outfit, and he was super exaggerated and excited and was asking about tickets. And you found them in odd places, just this purple and pink ticket that shimmered that you had never seen before, just in a pocket, behind your ear, just kind of wherever. And you were welcomed to the Witchlight Carnival and kind of ushered inside. And so now that you're in here, you see all manners of creatures that you wouldn't normally see. It's the 1920s. You're from America. You've never seen people with blue skin or really long ears, or people that are these big burly humanoids with dark green skin and tusks coming out of their face, or horns or wings and stuff like that. But you see all manner of these odd-looking creatures kind of running around and having a good time and laughing and drinking and all of this stuff.
They don't seem to care what we look like?
Nope, they don't seem to bat an eye.
Okay.
What do you look like?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself for us. Mark?
So, I am a 49-year-old waiter. Basically, a little short, little chubby, little balding. But underneath all that, pretty quick and feisty. Don't have any. Yeah. Blonde hair, blue eyes, no facial hair. Basically, just kind of a clean-cut looking guy, older guy.
All right. So now that you guys are in the carnival, you are starting to smell all of the carnival food wafting through the air, and you hear the laughter and the cheering and just the loud ruckus of a carnival just kind of going on around you. You see creatures smaller than anyone in your group running and darting through and passing under people's legs to get by and get through the crowds. You see some of them look normal. They just look human. They're just smaller. Their ears are a little pointed. But some of them running through are green. Roughly about the same size. You see people of all different colors with scales and what looks like almost like a lizard face. You see people walking through with red skin and horns. But they're all dressed just normal. They've got just normal everyday clothes on. You see a handful scattered through that look a little bit fancier, but you see more of the hands, like the gentleman that introduced himself and grabbed your tickets, in similar striped outfits. Not all the same color. Some are blue and orange, some are purple and white. It's just all manner of different colors, but they're all the same striped outfit.
Okay,
Where
and
would you guys like to go?
did we take like 5 seconds to introduce ourselves like before? Like, do you guys know each other now? Now that we were in the room
They know
together?
each other a little bit. You guys are able to refer to each other by name. For the sake of, I understood you were going to be a little bit late today. They all know you are Mark.
Okay.
Nathan is playing Frederick.
Okay.
Cody is playing Sebastian.
Okay.
And then Alicia is playing Haket.
A cat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's already the
Only
weird
non-American in the group.
Yeah. Alicia, she is Egyptian. Everyone else, they seem to be American, but you guys don't recognize each other at all. This is the first time you guys have ever seen each other.
Okay.
And while I can't do it yet, maybe never, I have a very Boston accent. For the car.
So I have a little bit of an accent, but I speak pretty good English. Like, I'm fluent.
Like, I would probably have a southern accent, but I'm not gonna do it.
I have a Florida accent, my dude.
Is that a thing?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Certain parts of Florida, it's a thing.
Okay, Florida accent it is.
And yeah, I had no idea where this was taking place, so I just I didn't put where I'm from or residence or anything because I was like, I have no idea where this is going to be.
That's
So-
okay. For now, if you want to change it later, you can. That's fine. In the long run, if this game keeps going past just being a mini campaign, the entirety of it is designed to go across 7 different countries.
Oh, okay.
So I gave everyone the option to choose to be from one of those other countries if they'd like to. So Alicia had chose to be from Egypt. But for the sake of right now, we can just say you are American.
Okay. So,
Basic.
did Alicia or Haket, did you, when you walked through the wall, you were in Egypt, now you're in this Florida area?
Well, now we're in a magical carnival. We don't know where we are.
You guys all went to bed for the evening and woke up in that room. And then when you walked through, there was just this giant carnival.
Okay, but we did that in our own countries, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you all went to bed in your own house, your own apartment, your own home.
See,
Gotcha.
there's an
Okay.
easy
Yeah.
solution to this. We're all high.
No, I don't need anything extra for the creative process, but I see how that's working for you.
I look at you and was like, sure looks like you do.
Wonderful. You can stay in the back if you don't mind. Now, we're going to get food first?
Yeah,
If they have
absolutely.
reasonable food.
Something with honey, preferable.
None
Try
of
to
it.
So you
step up
guys-
loose hands.
Slowly start
Slowly.
making your way and kind of following your nose towards food and kind of trying to look for signs and things like that. And you find miraculously, even though you don't know where you are, you can read every sign. And Haket, for you it's weird because you're reading Egyptian. But you're all able to read the sign.
You need me to lead the way? I don't suppose any of you know how to read any of this.
I can read it just fine.
How stupid
Really?
do you think we are?
It's in perfect.
You cannot speak Egyptian.
It's in perfect English.
You are definitely high, girl.
Do you
And you
have
find your way-
control this with your drug tendencies?
You guys find your way up to a stand, and there is a woman standing behind it with dark purple hair that kind of turns blue towards the end. Small in stature, and you can see on her back there are just 2 small, fluttering blue wings. And she's behind the counter, but you're not really sure if she's standing or hovering. But she's in that same striped uniform.
Huh, what a realistic prop.
Oh, hello. What can I get you today?
Suppose our admission also covers food.
Oh, absolutely. What would you like?
What's your
Lobster
specialty, my dear?
Whatever it is. Whatever you like. We're able to serve people from all over.
Hmm.
You have
You have
whiskey.
crepes with honey.
I think I can do that. Sir, would you like anything? And she looks to the rest of you.
I'd like to know where we are.
You're at the Witchlight Carnival.
But where's Witchlight? Where is this?
Witchlight is everywhere and nowhere, all at the same time. Everyone from all over the world comes here.
Yeah, this is definitely a dream.
It does feel like that sometimes, doesn't it? It's an amazing place to be.
You don't possibly have like a steak with mushrooms and onions and baked potato. You don't have that, do you?
I can see what I can do. And you watch just in front of her, she kind of holds her hands together and she kind of mutters, she closes her eyes and she mutters under her breath. And almost in like a weird, almost like when you put dry ice in water. And she kind of throws it onto the counter. And there's a crepe. And it's got honey beautifully drizzled over it.
Wonderful.
My jaw drops. My
And
eyes
she has
drop.
a fork for you.
Grab it. I mean, thank you. I'm afraid I don't have anything to tip you with, but this is absolutely
Oh, that's
wonderful.
all right.
I can't.
And she...
I can't taste it. Taste it.
I'll try a bite.
That is the best crepe you've ever had.
How does it taste?
It's wonderful, but
Ooh.
I'm afraid this is all for me.
Ooh, I don't care. Can you do my steak next? Can you do my steak next?
Absolutely. And she does the same thing, and she holds her hands together, and she closes her eyes tight. And she mutters under her breath, and she does the same thing, and maybe not 5-star, but it is just beautifully plated. You have your mushrooms, you have your onions, everything. And then you take a cut into the steak, and it's perfectly cooked how you would like it.
Hello?
Oh
Hello?
my goodness. This is amazing.
Not a bad place we find ourselves in.
If
Would
I
either
had
of you like anything?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Lobster bisque and caviar?
Goodness.
Absolutely. And she does the same thing again. And she just kind of gives you... And it's a really cute, like, carved wooden bowl. And
Interesting.
it's just full. Yeah, you notice all the plates are, like, wood and carved, but you don't have any issues with eating off of them or anything.
I don't see refrigerators. Is stuff kept cool?
Do you have
Alright.
bacon and whiskey?
Oh my god.
Separately or together?
Let's go with together.
And she does the same thing again. It takes her a second, and you watch her tighten her eyes just a little bit more. But she hands you a wooden cup that looks like a disgustingly liquidy smoothie, and there's a stick of bacon sticking out of it.
Please don't.
I will.
And you take a sip,
He'll eat anything.
and it tastes like someone put bacon and whiskey in a blender and blended it together. But you're not mad about it, I guess?
Yeah, I down it.
Excuse me, what is your name?
Oh, I'm just one of the hands.
One of the hands? You don't have a name?
No, we're just all the Witchlight hands.
Witchlight hands. Well, I must say, if I could bring my whole family here, I would never leave. This is fantastic.
we're glad you're having fun. The Witchlight's only here at once like every 8 years, so it's a really great time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And is it a guarantee to come every 8 years once you've been invited?
Oh, it just depends. I'm not really in charge of ticketing.
Who is?
I'm just... That would be the ringleaders. Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Oh, like
I'm not sure
in
where they are
America,
at the
Barnum
moment.
and Bailey. You have those. I see.
I think it sounds familiar. But you'll never find anything like the Witchlight.
I would love to try one of the less physical games, if you could point me in that direction.
Oh, absolutely. There's Guess the Feathers on the cockatrice, or there's an Almirage ring toss. Can you outstare a Cyclops?
Really?
Or there's always the gnome poetry contest.
I can't say it's been a while since I've read poetry in particular, but...
Is this going to be some kind of terrible taxidermy?
Taxidermy?
A cockatrice? A cyclops?
Oh no. There's no taxidermy here. Go, see for yourselves.
They're probably wax.
Are you both really not... You can't believe all this is fake at this point.
Well, we're either having a waking dream, a lucid dreaming event, and all of y'all aren't real, or somebody has slipped us drugs. Those
That's
seem to
my
be the
vote.
only possible solution.
At this
Well,
point,
that seems to be your vote because you seem to do drugs.
I've seen stuff kind of like this before. It's not like quite this detailed or big, but like same ballpark.
I pinch Sebastian and Frederick.
It feels like you got pinched.
Hands off.
Did you feel it?
I pinch Mark.
Ah, okay. I felt it. This is definitely real. This is definitely happening. Let's go
No.
see the Cyclops. I
Oh,
can't
all
do
right.
Have
You
Yeah,
can
as you
and
guys,
some pain in a dream.
you
And
can
you can
definitely
feel-
outstare this
And you can
Cyclops.
feel when you're pinched when you're high. Like, you're still awake. It's just, you're not in the same place.
Truly, this experience is wasted on you. Come on, to the Cyclops.
so as you guys are slowly making your way through, you hear all kinds of different game callers. Prizes, prizes, prizes! Catch the fairy dragon by the tail and win a piece of its hoard! You hear, come the strong! Test your mettle in a goblin wrestle! And you're kind of listening to them go off and you're trying to get into the right direction. And finally you hear, what do you do when the eye of the Cyclops falls upon you? You stare right back if you've got the stamina. Come outstare the Cyclops.
I will go first. I'll march into the tent.
And
My little legs.
you walk into the tent, and sitting right at the back of it, and you can see his hands are bound to 2 wooden posts. But he's sitting cross-legged with his arms in his lap. There is a massive humanoid with just one large eye in the center of his face. And you can see right now he is currently kind of hunched over, staring at what you guys have probably seen in storybooks would be referred to as an elf, because they've got the ears that kind of match that description, but they're facing away from you. And he's just staring intently into the eye. And there is almost your size, Beckett. Just hovering right in between them is a pink humanoid with little wings on their back. They have their legs kind of tucked up a little bit, and they're just watching intently between the two of them. And after a minute, they go, "Oh, you blinked!"
Oh, to the elf?
Yeah. And they go, "Oh, man! I was right there. No, I didn't blink. Nope, I saw you. You blinked. The Cyclops outstared you." And they kind of huff and they walk off. They go, "Oh, all right." And you can hear outside their friends, they catch up with what you assume to be their friends, and they're all kind of laughing and giggling, and they go running off back into the crowd.
You know, if we cut off your eyelids, you can't blink.
I truly wish you had stayed outside. Excuse me, miss.
Oh, yes, hello!
I would love to try my hand at the game.
Absolutely. So, I'm gonna need you to stand right here, and there's a small little target on the ground that you notice her pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is Archie.
Come
And we'll see. We will count to 3, and the contest will begin, and we will see who is our victor. If you win, you will get an amazing Witchlight prize.
Very well.
And so you step up onto the target, and you have to crane up to look at him. Even though he is sitting down, he is massive in comparison to you. And he just
I
goes,
suppose you can lean further.
he kind of leans as far as he can. He's already like fully kind of like hunched up. He's he's sitting cross-legged, leaning down onto his arms. He was like hands on his knees, and now he's like forearms on his knees. And so, and he just looks at you. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
I feel sorry for his mother. That's the worst form of hollow Persephone I've ever seen, paired with gigantism.
Well, what now?
And you watch his eye flick over to the person running the tent. All right, hand, let's go. And she goes, "Okay, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. And you start. And so I am going to need you to roll a Constitution check for me.
Okay. Can I attempt to tell him an extremely boring story to maybe get him to blink out of tiredness at the same time?
You can attempt it. Yes.
But we need to hear the
Crystal.
story.
The first Constitution, let me see. Oh no, 85. My Constitution's a 64.
Oh no.
It was not good. It was not good.
So you start, and it feels like you're going pretty good, and you start to have the thought of, maybe if I floor him, he'll blink. And right as this thought is starting to cross your mind, you hear, "Oh, you blinked!"
What? Oh, we barely started. You're quite good
Nice
at this, Archie.
try, little one. Maybe next time.
Anyone else?
Sure.
I actually kind of want to go wrestle those goblins.
See, you were born for it.
And she puts you through the same explanation, Sebastian. She goes, "Just stand right here." And then on 3. And he just kind of looks at you, and you watch the eye kind of look you up and down. And he just kind of sighs, and he goes, "Good luck."
I suppose this is the best you can get. That is a that is by 1. A 59.
None of us roll well. What else is new?
So she counts you down, and the wait starts, and it's just kind of hushed, and it feels like things have been taking forever, and it feels like you're standing here for so long, and you feel your eyes starting to burn and well in water from holding the gaze of this Cyclops. And you watch as his eye starts to twitch, and he blinks.
Oh?
And it's just immediately, oh. It's like, oh, Archie, you blinked. Oh, dear. Well, you did it! Look at that! You outstared the Cyclops. Oh! Now you need your prize. I realize I don't have my dice.
Oh.
I know, I'm awful.
Good job. I rolled terribly. Terribly.
I'm guessing he did worse.
I feel like I have a decent chance with the strength and wrestling goblin.
My strength isn't terrible.
My strength is an 85.
Okay, mine's like a 64, but my size is itty bitty. Itty
Yeah, I'm a
bitty.
giant and
Thumbelina.
strong.
Alrighty. So,
Don't let them exploit you too much.
for your prize, you shall receive. So she flips over to the side of the tent and opens up a chest and reaches in, and she pulls out a small wooden wand and presents it to you.
Aw.
And it's actually quite pretty. It's carved, and it looks like it has, it kind of looks like it has like a tentacle motif on it, but it's very pretty.
Fine craftsmanship.
I don't know what that means.
Excuse me, Hand. What does this wand do?
This wand actually lets you cast, I believe it's called Prestidigitation. Now, mind you, none of your characters actually know what the heck that means. As far as you know, that's just crap.
Gobbledygook.
At least the skeptics in the group. Cast, like magic, like witchcraft. Okay, sure.
That's why I snorted.
There's nothing, Mark. It just goes, point to Mark, just go, ha 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 ha. See? Prestidigitation. Nothing.
You wave the wand, and you watch as almost like a burst of air kind of washes over Mark's face, and any of the sweat that had been gathering and any dirt from just being outside and walking around the carnival is just gone.
Oh, yes.
How did you fan him with a wand?
Surely that was nothing spectacular out of the ordinary. You're right.
What just
No,
happened?
let us leave the totally normal Cyclops.
Again,
What-
it's a
what?
worst case of gigantism and HPE.
Oh.
Do you have any
You're
idea what he's
just
talking
Very
about?
refreshed, Mark.
What's that, Cat?
Your face feels very refreshed after he did that.
I feel good, but I can't see it. Is there like what do I look like?
Like a balding
look
old
like-
man.
Like you got a bit of gravy on your shirt earlier, now it's just gone.
So the wand cleaned me up?
It's not a
Clearly.
bad trick.
That's
Yeah, how
the wand
expensive
does
dry
something.
cleaning is.
That's amazing.
There was a burst of air directed to you at the same time. Smoke
So
and
you-
mirrors.
So you think the wind just blew and cleaned me up? You've seen that happen in our world.
Well, it could have been someone with a fan.
You're inside a tent also at the moment.
And we're inside a
Fine.
tent.
Well hidden.
And
Like I
this
said,
wonderful
smoking
young
rules.
lady is floating.
Excuse me, Hand. What else can this wand do? What is prestidigitation? What did you call it? Presta what?
She said
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. What else does that do?
Well, most people use it to clean things up or spruce up, but you can kind of use it for little effects. So you can a shower of sparks or a puff of wind or music notes.
Sebastian, try that. Try one of those. Try that.
Oh yes, twinkle twinkle little star, if you please.
Or
How old are you? 12?
twinkle twinkle little star waves the wand.
You wave the wand, and like something out of Harry Potter, there's just all right around you. There's just tiny little fireworks that go off. They don't hurt or anything. They're not loud. They just make they look like little fireworks.
Next, you're gonna tell me that was from the wand as well,
Well,
and
yes,
not
of course.
tiny little fireworks.
You're a smart kind of stupid, aren't you?
It's just science.
You can't believe everything
for
you see,
your
little
record,
girl.
Cody, you can use it 6 more times
Okay.
before it's just dead.
Does it take power?
No, after you use those 6 charges, you cannot recharge it.
Okay.
I'm sure it takes the blood of babies.
Sticks it into his breast pocket.
Anywho, anyone else? I'm sure.
Would anyone else
Archie-
like to stare at a Cyclops, or is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I'm gonna go wrestle a
Well-
goblin. It can't be that much different than a gator.
Okay, so you go to try and find the goblin wrestling.
Yes.
Well, wait.
Will follow behind my very inebriated compatriots.
As you guys are walking, Sebastian, go ahead and make. Let's see, what do I want you to do for this one? Make either a psychology or a spot hidden check, your choice.
We're gonna do psychology. So close to verbose. That would be a extreme success with a 7.
Okay. You guys are walking along, and you can start hearing the goblin wrestling, kind of the yelling and chanting to get people to come in and play again. And as you guys are walking and chatting and just kind of watching everything around you, you feel a writhing or a wiggling in your breast pocket.
All of us or just Sebastian?
Just Sebastian.
I pull out whatever it is.
You reach your hand out and you just pull out the wand.
Oh,
But
were
there's
you gonna
nothing
do
moving
something
in your
else?
pocket.
Would you like the wand? Since you seem so enamored with it.
Oh, I'd have to win it from you, I'm sure. A staring contest between us?
Sure.
Go ahead and make. We'll do competing constitution checks. The way this will work is the one who rolls lowest.
I feel like Sebastian's just gonna blink.
On purpose.
Yeah.
Come on, you have to at least be sportsmanlike. Oh shit, I'm rolling terrible. It was a 73.
She starts contesting, he's just like, don't blink. And blinks.
You're no fun at all. Mark, would you rather walk with me? You seem to be a much better sport, but I'll take the wand.
Absolutely. Let's go check this place out, Heket.
And he starts looking in his breast pocket and looking to his jacket and
There's
checking his
nothing else there?
pockets.
That's just the drugs.
The only other things that are in your pockets are things that you would have in there normally.
Oh, this is just... I'm going to tuck it into my belt pocket. Let's go watch this large man wrestle. I'm sure it'll be hilarious.
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty, so you guys start getting closer again. It says, "Come the strong, test your mettle in a goblin wrestle." And you can watch. Right now there is a medium-sized person with horns on their head and this deep blue skin. And they are in this ring, and there are 2 goblins on either side of him, and he's kind of wrestling with one in front of him. The other one is jumping onto his back, and he's trying to slot one off while deal with the other one. And you watch this back and forth for a while of these 2 goblins going against this gentleman. And finally, he's able to grab the goblin off of his back, and he pulls him off and ends up being able to, and he gets a foot like on his chest and pins him down. And you hear a ding 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 ding, just a bell go off at the stand just right outside the ring. "The strong have arrived. He's pinned the goblin." And you hear people just watching go, "Yeah!" And you watch him cheer, and you notice someone off in the distance, he goes, he cheers and he points to them, and they're just clapping, and they're just kind of giving him thumbs up and going, "Good job," and stuff like that. And you watch him make his way out of the ring. He gets his prize, and he kind of just wanders off. And you hear them, the hands that you've realized that they're just kind of referred to now, they're just kind of starting up their chants again and getting ready and kind of swapping out who was in the ring and stuff like that. "Oh, hello. Have you come to test your strength?"
Yeah, how hard can it be?
"Depends on how strong you are."
Why
give it a
don't we
go?
find out?
All right. Now you're a big one, so to make it fair, it's going to be 2 goblins against you.
Only 2?
Oh.
We could make it more if you like, but then it's not fair.
Well, then 2 it is.
All right, come on in. And he opens up a little gate on the side of the ring, and it just kind of looks like a small corral, almost, that they have set up. They go, "Now get yourselves ready, stretch, do what you like, and we'll get this wrestle started." And 2 goblins that look fairly similar to the 2 you just saw in the ring come out. You're not too sure if it's the same 2 or not. And they just kind of are standing next to each other, and they look up at you and they go, "Hi.
Hello.
Can you do it?"
Oh,
And they just kind of look over at the... No, go ahead.
You're tiny. It won't be hard. So itty bitty.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, I think the
Would
goblins will
expect
win.
their development to be much more stunted with such deformities, but their English seems to be fairly well.
And they kind of just look over at the hand, and they just nod their heads real quickly. And they kind of get into that stance, like, "Let's go." And like normal, and almost any other wrestling match that you might attend, you just hear the ding ding, and they charge you. They go weaving through your legs and climbing up your back and just all over. And they're faster than you might have expected. So, I am going to need you to do a strength check. However, this is contested against the goblins.
Well, that's a 6.
Okay.
How do you guys roll so well?
Your shitty dice.
Nice.
No, okay. So they start bobbing and weaving and kind of climbing up and then like jumping off of you, almost like you're a playground. Like they're just messing with you at this point. And you can just hear them and just running around you laughing the entire time. And you start to notice that they're going kind of in the same pattern. And as one darts between your legs, you move your foot slightly and you trip him. Right as another one kind of tries to pull and wrap a arm around your neck, and you just kind of grab him and toss him down in front of you. And you're able to, like, throwing them down, you seem to have, like, slowed them down a little bit, just enough for you to grab hold of one and just kind of pin him to the ground. And you're ding, 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 ding. The strong have arrived. He's pinned the goblin.
See, I told you it's just like a gator.
I should have used the wand. I was really thinking about it.
Doubt they have the same setup here for it to be effective.
Spoil sport.
And
The rest of them.
I wonder if they're working with Tesla.
That weird coil thing.
When is Tesla? Why have my ears wrong?
I don't keep up with your side of politics.
so the goblins run off, and you're let back out of the ring, and you hear a couple of people off in the crowd go, "Yeah, you show them." And the hand goes over to a chest, and he opens it up, and he brings you a bottle with a very shimmery-looking liquid on the inside,
Oh no.
and it's just corked.
What's this?
This is your prize. Congratulations.
What's in it?
It's witchlight wine.
Drink it.
Yep, when I hear wine, I will pop the cork and drink it.
As soon as you pop the cork, you hear like calliope-style music just coming from the bottle. But there is liquid inside.
I'm gonna drink it.
It's very sweet, but it tastes good.
Not bad.
Amazing. Well, Doctor, you can get a much closer look at their anatomy this way, see if they're faking it.
After you.
Oh, you wouldn't send me out there to ruin my outfit.
I'm not gonna ruin my outfit.
Actually, I would love to see that. Hey, Hand, she's up next.
And I'm gonna, like, point to Mark next to me. I think they're calling you out.
Oh, I'll wrestle a little goblin, sure. Fred made it look easy.
Okay. So you go in, and the same thing, since you are a little bit larger than goblins, you will be facing two of them. And so what you will need to do is you will roll your D100, and on your character sheet you will see strength. You want to roll below the number on your strength. But you also have to roll lower than the goblins.
Okay. Ooh, that's pretty good. My first is a 1.
So I don't think I'm gonna beat that.
I got a 12.
Damn, you guys all
A
roll
12,
really good.
Okay. Yeah, no. Watching it this time, you can kind of tell they just kind of sent the same two out, so they're still a little tired, and so they're not moving as quickly. And without too much of an effort, it takes a minute to actually get good purchase on one of them, but you're able to grab one and get them to the ground. And the bell goes ding 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 ding. The strong have arrived. And they come over. Oh, apparently this stand is only giving out wine today. And they come over with another bottle. It's also Witchlight wine. It just looks like a slightly different color. But you take a drink and it's sweet. But as soon as you uncork it, it has that same Calliope style music coming from it.
I offer some to Sebastian. Sebastian, what do you make of this?
Knows it.
It's wine. It's alcoholic. It's the 20s. You're a little surprised.
Well, this
They're
would
just
be
handing it
illegal,
out.
unless you have a doctor's prescription.
A doctor's prescription for wine.
Honestly, you don't think we're past this already?
You realize it's not that hard to get alcohol, don't you?
Yes. They sneak it and produce it illegally. But it does not change the fact that it's illegal. And you can get it with a doctor's prescription, so.
You poor Americans. That's where you're from, isn't it? I've heard about this.
Around where I'm from,
Yes,
they don't really
illegal.
care.
I can tell.
They apparently don't care about a lot of things where you're from.
But congratulations where it's due. That was masterfully done. Both of you.
Frederick, have you been trying to look at the wine at all, or are you just drinking it? Like watching how it shimmers and things like that?
I could see him
Oh, I thought
looking
he
at
found
it.
the whole thing.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm like trying to examine it and look at it and see what the heck is
Okay.
what.
I want
in-
both of you to do a spot hidden check. So that's going to be under your skills. It's going to be in the far right column.
Ooh, that's gonna be a tough one. Okay.
I got a 38, which is just below half.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
definitely not passing. I got a 74 and I needed it under 25.
Same.
Oh no. Okay, well, you do not really see this at all, Mark, but Frederick, for a second, you're watching it and you're watching as the glitter swirls. You think you see something swim through it.
Huh.
But then you look again and it's just the wine.
This stuff must be stronger than I thought.
Sure, it's reacting with whatever else is in your system.
I offer some
There might be
to.
a few things.
I offer
Well,
some
I'm
to
gonna give you an
Heket as well.
examination.
Oh, I definitely take a sip.
I'm still up and
Thank
kicking.
you.
It's sweet. It's alcohol.
I
But
have a weakness for sweet things.
it's good.
Let me see your eyes there, Frederick.
Sure.
Hold out a little pen light. Fingers.
In real life, I think there's some sawdust in one of them.
Medicine check to see how he's doing.
I will allow you to do either medicine or first aid.
We'll do medicine.
Oh, are those two different things?
Yes, they are.
Ooh.
Aw, that is only a hard success.
My medicine is a 1.
Mine is
too.
a 95.
What's my first aid?
Okay.
Or safe, so
Um,
good.
26 is just shy of a extreme success.
Can't
I
even
mean,
find
his
first aid.
pupils look a little dilated, but he seems fine.
You do appear to be under the influence of something. Your action speed isn't fast enough, and they're dilated a little bit.
I'll be honest. Could be a few things.
Well, all I've had today is the steak that was amazing and this wine, which is also pretty amazing. This place is amazing. How can you guys
It's
not
good.
see this?
Oh no, this wine is great, and I take another swig.
Because this is either a dream. This is a dream.
Okay. As you guys are having this conversation, everyone do a spot hidden check.
Oh, here we go. 17.
I'm too busy looking at his eyes.
Oh, I'll pass this one. 10.
Yay, very good.
99! I'm just like looking at Sebastian as he's looking at my eyes.
Sorry, on
Okay.
the D100, a 10 is just a 10, right?
He somehow
Or
very
is it
distracted
100?
me with the.
If you get 10 on the one with 2 numbers and a 0 on the other, then that is a 10, yes.
Okay,
So-
I'm ruling.
All zeros, it's 100.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So if you
yeah.
got 3 zeros, that's 100. But if you got 10 on your one with 2 numbers and then a 0 on the other, that is just a solid 10.
Okay, stop
Okay,
for 1
17.
sec. Mark is rolling 1 dice because the other one the cats took. So I rolled a
You're
1.
fine.
I rolled a 1
Cat.
and a 0.
Yeah. If you rolled a 1 and a 0, that's just a 10. But
Yeah,
if you
2
roll 2
zeros,
zeros,
that's
it'll be
100.
100.
Come on,
Okay,
Cat. You have enough dice. You don't need to take his.
I'm sorry.
Nah, different
I
cat.
can't help it. Dice goblins, okay? All cats are dice goblins.
Fair.
Proven.
I will concur with that one.
Okay, so the only 2 people who did not succeed are Sebastian and Frederick.
Because Sebastian distracted Frederick with this.
Okay.
Lights.
Staring into his eyes.
They're just staring deeply into each other's eyes, too much to notice. All right.
Full.
Mark and Haket, as you guys are having this conversation, just right out of the corner of your eye, you can't really make a whole lot out, but it's a dark figure, but it's tall and it's lanky and it's hunched over, and you almost think it has claws or something, but its fingers are longer than normal, and you just see it quickly enter your periphery and almost just as immediately exit it and just disappear.
I give a cat like the side eye. I'm like, did you see that?
I did.
And you guys look around and you don't see anything that matches the description of it.
What? There's nothing out here.
Rather foreboding kind of figure. Not colorful like everyone else.
And not happy looking like everybody else.
Are you that bad at handling some alcohol?
Both of us saw something. I'm pretty sure it's not the alcohol.
Just your mind
Anyway, the
playing tricks on
cockatrice
you.
then? I would love a game of chance.
What do
You
they
guys
got
decide
around
to
here?
start moving again.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of hear, and they're all at like different levels based on like distance, but they're all to where you can at least kind of make them out. You can hear, "The all mirage is no mirage, adorn its horn with 2 or 3 rings to win a prize." Birds of a feather? How about feathers of a bird? Step right up. How many feathers festoon this fiendish fowl?
Oh, perfect.
Prizes, prizes, prizes. Catch the fairy dragon by the tail and win a piece of its hoard. You can just kind of hear them all just like scattered around, and you can hear the ones that you've been at, and you can hear the gnome wrestling still calling out, asking for those who are strong to come and wrestle the gnomes. Or
Oh,
goblins, I mean.
The-
The dream I'm stuck in.
Poor gnomes.
Catching a fairy dragon sounds like it's a dexterous game, so
I'd
Are
be
you
down
going
to
to
try.
participate?
game of skill.
Which one would you guys like to go to?
Let's
Catch the
try
fairy
chance
dragon
first.
by
Let's
the
see our
tail?
luck.
We'll go to whichever
Cockatrice.
one we come to first.
Oh, yeah.
Going to the cockatrice? Alright. So you start walking and you follow the sounds. You know, and you can hear them. Guess how many feathers festoon this fiendish fowl, just over and over again as you louder and louder as you get closer. And finally you find this large round tent. And you go inside and there is a large bird cage shape in the center of the room with a curtain over it.
How many people
And you
do we-
can see there's 2 hands just kind of circling around and waiting for people to trickle in. And handing everyone what looks like a tiny little chalkboard. And you have a little piece of chalk with it. And they're like, come in, gather around.
How crowded is this the Witchlight Carnival?
The entire carnival is packed. There are thousands of people here. Like, for everyone who knows Texas, it's like going to TRF. It's like going to the big Texas Renaissance Festival. There are thousands of people here and large crowds at any given moment. For the most part, it looks like a lot of them may have already been through the games a couple of times, or they may be taking breaks and watching the performers and doing all this other stuff. So depending on when you get in, there gets large crowds of people, and then they thin out a little bit for the games, and then they grow, and it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. But right now it looks like a large group may have just left, and so now they're trying to trickle more people in. And you are among the first. There's maybe like 4 or 5 other people in here with you right now. Plus the 2 hands.
I see.
And you hear them do their calls and everything just a little bit more, and then they kind of look at each other and they nod. And so there's the 4 of you, and there's about 4 or 5 others with you. And they shut the curtain. And they go, welcome to the lair of the cockatrice, where intelligence and wit win you wonderful prizes. Now, in a moment, we will pull back the curtain, and you will be able to see the cockatrice. And then each of you will get 3 chances to guess the number. Get it on the first try, and get 2 prizes.
Oh.
Get it at least once out of any of your 3, and you'll still get a prize. Is everyone ready?
Guessing
As they're doing this, you can hear like a low bird squawking out of eyeline.
We're guessing the number of feathers.
You have to guess the number of feathers on the cockatrice. Yes. So to answer successfully, you guys are going to be So for this, I have a intelligence DC for you guys, but you guys are going to be rolling the check.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are going to be rolling to see if you can succeed with the DC for the game.
What's the DC?
One way to find out.
A grade 1.
And they wait for everyone to try, there's a little bit of, conversation between everyone. And they go, now, any questions? 1, 2, and, in unison, they both reach back, grab a handful of the curtain, and yank down. And there is a very live, very large, ugly-looking bird with almost leathery-looking wings. They've got the long talon on the end of them, and they're perched back, and they protrude really long. And they come to these sharp spikes. And there's feathers down the neck and onto the back, and then there's a few right on the chest of it. And it just lets out a large, high-pitched, bird screech. Almost like if a bird was, right in your ear and it, screamed. In this tent.
I can't leave the tent. She drops the scoreboard. She's like, no, I'm too big. And she's
in
out.
A cage. It's in a cage.
Very afraid of large birds. That's her one thing. I didn't think about it. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, she's gone. She speeds out of there.
Heck, what's the matter? What's the matter?
I don't wanted to come in here.
What's wrong with her?
I don't know.
Well, I got my guess. What's
And
yours?
you watch the bird is just pacing kind of back and forth or in circles in its cage. Every now and then it'll just kind of lay down and settle itself, and then it'll get up and do it again.
Okay, I guess I'll guess for Haket. She left, and this was her game.
Just pick up her
Yeah,
board,
you
write
can
a different
pick up my
guess on it.
So I do that. I pick up her scorecard and I rate my guesses on it for her.
Okay. And they go, okay, everyone, first guesses. And so go ahead and roll your D100 for me and let me know what number you guys get.
54 for the first one.
10.
35.
Okay. So, Frederick and Mark, you watch, because there's two hands, and you watch, and they go, and one flits over to you, Mark, and one flits over to Frederick, and you watch them, they just kind of set, like, almost like a little sticker, just on your shoulder. And they go, great job. And they flip back to the front.
Did we win? What just happened?
You got a sticker?
Well, that was my
Okay,
second
everyone.
one.
If we gave you a sticker, you got it first try. This just helps us remember how many prizes to give you. Is everyone ready for guess 2? And you kind of look down, almost to instinctually wipe your chalkboard clean, and what you had written on before is gone. Okay.
So if we've got it first try, we don't guess again, I guess, right?
21.
You can keep guessing, you're just not going to get more than 2
12.
prizes.
Okay.
That time I got 60.
12.
9.
Okay. Ooh, wow, look at you go.
You're very sure you know that number.
You individually counted those feathers.
Okay. You kind of watch them flitting through the crowd and like checking everyone's numbers, and they go, they get to you, Sebastian. They go, you got it, great job, and they flit away again. And then they'll do the third round also. So if you guys want to roll for the third one, you can.
72.
4.
50.
And you kind of watch the same thing again. So on this last one, Frederick was the only one who guessed it right the third time.
Pretty sure that's the verbose success.
Verbose would be half of whatever your lowest one is.
Yeah, that would be
Half of-
7,
it'd
and
be
I
half
got
of your
4, so
extreme.
I'm good.
Rounded down.
Yeah,
So just shy.
it's 70, 35, 14. So half would be 7,
Oh,
and I
yeah,
got 4.
7. Yeah. I thought you were saying your last one was
No.
7. Yeah. Wow.
I very much
Good
know how many
luck.
feathers there are.
You're really good at counting feathers, apparently. All right. And so you watch them kind of fly up, and they put the curtain back over the bird cage, and the squawking kind of settles down again. And they collect all of the clipboards, or not clipboards, chalkboards. And they go, everyone who's guessed correctly, please come line up at the chest. And they flit over, and there's 2 of them, and so now they're on either side of the chest, and they're kind of funneling you guys through and going, great job, hopefully you get it next time, and just little things like that. And so, Sebastian...
Wine?
Another wand.
They reach into the chest, and they pull out a wooden wand.
It's yours forever. That's
Does it look the same like the one I had before?
It looks carved just like the one before, but this one almost looks like it has like a butterfly or like some kind of like bee or something like that, like designed into it.
Let me guess, another wand that casts prestidigitation?
Oh, you must have gotten one earlier too. There's a couple of different designs. They're really fun.
Well, my daughter will like this one.
I hope she has fun.
I'm sure. And he'll pocket it and we'll step to the side.
Okay. All right. So for Mark and Frederick, you guys, because you got it on the first try, you get 2 prizes. And so they'll take their little like sticker, like marker thing back from you. And okay. So for Frederick, the first thing they hand you is a very real-looking horn, like unicorn horn, like you would have seen in like storybooks, but it's full of candy.
Ooh.
Nice.
It's like little wrapped like toffees or like salt candy, like saltwater taffies and stuff like that.
Okay.
The second thing they hand you is a tiny little packet, and they tell you that this is pixie dust.
Oh. So what? Does that make me fly?
I mean, it can. You just sprinkle a little bit on here.
Try that out there. I pocket and walk out with candy in one hand and wine in the other.
And then, Mark, they take your little sticker back and they grab your prizes. The first one, they also hand you a tiny little packet of pixie dust. And then they go, oh, you get a fade trinket too. And you get an empty hourglass. So it's a very pretty, very ornate hourglass. There's just no sand in it.
Spill it with your pixie dust.
What does this empty hourglass do?
That's just a fake trinket.
Just a trinket? Okay.
It's the the whimsical and charming nature of the Feywild kind of comes through in not necessarily the Feywild, but like in the Fey and the magical and stuff like that, kind of comes through in their prizes sometimes. And as far as you know, it's empty. But you never know.
Okie dokie.
They go, it's just an hourglass.
All right.
But now you both have a packet of pixie dust that you can sprinkle on yourself or someone within 5 feet of you, and you get you gain flying for a minute and then fall safely to the ground when the effect ends.
So you don't just go, plunk.
No.
Oh no, they're dead.
Okay, so then when I go out, I'll say, Haket, I won this prize for you. This here's an empty hourglass trinket.
Oh, how charming! Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sure you would have guessed feathers too, so I got 2 prizes, so there you go.
I'll be honest, I heard the last group mention a number and I just used it.
And the last group wasn't there when you got there, but okay.
I should put a warning on the outside and expect it to be so large.
You have a little fear of birds, I see.
I mean, that thing, did you see it?
It's just a bird. It was in a cage. Come
It
on.
was larger than I am.
It's a very ugly looking
Everything
bird. Like it
is
looks like a
larger.
dinosaur or something.
Everything is larger than you are, and I pat her head.
Wash your hands, it's sticky. Anyway,
Sorry, the wine.
Owl out of the jungle.
I'll pocket the hourglass. Thank you. It's very beautiful.
You're welcome.
Something small then.
I think we should go and chase the dragon's tail and see. I'm pretty sure that Fred and I can probably catch it.
I can be speedy every once in a while.
Well, let's give it a go.
All right, and you
As long
guys
as
head
it
off
doesn't
in that. And you guys head off in that direction. But since it is already after 10:30, I think this would be a good place to stop and just take a break for 15-20 minutes.
I thought you meant in game for a
So-
second there.
No, we're not done yet. So we will be back. Enjoy the slideshow, enjoy everything, and we will see you guys soon.
Bye.
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 Oh. Now. Oh, Cody broke. But we're live.
Of course I did.
All right, well, welcome back to the Carnival. This is our Masks of Fate mini campaign for anyone just joining us. We are exploring the Witchlight Carnival as a fun way to get used to our mechanics for Call of Cthulhu 7th edition. So after this session, we will be kind of going into our Masks of Neil adventure.
Weird shared dream experience.
Yeah, everyone's at the carnival right now. Some people are just enjoying it. Some people are convinced it's an odd dream with people they've never met and being able to interact and feel everything.
Some people think they're high but are enjoying it anyway.
But we'll see.
And others are in complete wonder and know that this is something weird.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we have a whole mix.
Those who are not wise in the ways of science.
Oh, okay.
Those who don't get to recreational activities that often.
Hey, medical cocaine is still a thing in the 20s.
Yes, but what have you been
mixing
doing
a Coca-Cola?
They do.
Hell yeah.
What have Sebastian done
I
the medical
think.
cocaine?
I may prescribe it. No, I wouldn't prescribe it.
You
We
went to
might use
women
it,
with hysteria.
I mean, use it on
Surgeon.
yourself.
All right.
But we got like the hands. We're gonna go catch a dragon.
All right.
Oh, Luna, you're
We're
tangled.
going
Bro.
Before I put you down. There we go.
to catch the dragon that you guys have been hearing about.
Definitely not chasing the dragon.
You're gonna catch his
I
tail.
don't think I'd recommend chasing a dragon.
How bad
Unless
can
you're
it be?
a bard.
At Concon.
Go ahead and while you're trying to weave through these large crowds, let's do some spot hidden checks.
Oh.
82 negative Ghost Rider.
I
Oh,
totally did better.
succeeded with a massive score of 1 beneath my value.
21.
Hey, look at that. What was yours, Cody?
64. Failure.
Okay.
Can't see.
All right. For those of you who did succeed, even if just barely, off on the kind of the horizon. So where you're walking right now, you can see the path where it kind of starts to get to the forest line at the edge of the carnival. And again, kind of like earlier for you, Mark, you can't make out any discernible features. It's kind of like a dark silhouette. But you see two creatures, and they don't look the same. And they don't, from what you can tell, they don't look like anything you've seen in the carnival. But you can kind of see them darting through the trees and like right on the outskirts of the carnival. It doesn't look like the one's feet are touching the ground. Well, it doesn't look like it has feet at all, really. It looks like an strange, large, kind of like a weird meld between an octopus and you think maybe that's like a horse head? You're not really sure because like it's darting between the trees and just right on the outside, but it's in your eye line and you can see it. But the one next to it, that's kind of following behind it, you see this large mass. And at first you think it's a moose, because it's just massive. But then you see you can see 6 limbs as it's striding behind this other one. And then they just disappear into the tree line.
Okay, so I would have tried to point that out to Haket, but obviously she probably wouldn't have seen it, so.
She might have got, like, just as, like, you watch, like, the tail of one of them, like, go behind a tree or something. And you get the idea maybe you saw something, Haket? But you're not sure. Like, you thought you saw, like, a slight little bit of movement, but you didn't see any, like, actual, like, thing.
It could have been anything, really.
it looked very different, like that other thing that we saw, but different again, like just weird, not like what we're seeing around us.
It's just your mind's playing tricks on you in the dream.
This
I
isn't
don't
a dream.
think- I don't think this is mind tricks. Everything is so real here. This is happening.
No, this isn't a dream. We're definitely just high.
It's just a lucid dream. Hyper realistic lucid dreaming.
High on what? I haven't done any drugs.
Not that you know of.
And how would I have ended up in a drug den with the rest of you?
We're not in a drug den.
Well, you're so
He's
high
surely
that you
not
don't
doing
even know
drugs.
where you are. You for some reason think you're from Egypt, which is just weird.
She
Switch
looks
to
like
Egyptian.
she's from Egypt.
I am from Egypt.
Uh-huh. And I'm from the moon.
I said that in Egyptian.
I
we
think he still has
understand
the same response.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
When she spoke in Egyptian, did we understand it in English?
Nope.
Okay.
Yep, I just respond with, and I'm from the moon.
That sounds like it's Egyptian, and I'm pointing at her like I'm getting worked up at them.
So, it's not hard to know other languages.
Okay, so she looks Egyptian, she speaks Egyptian, she says she's from Egypt. What reason do we have to not believe her?
Because we're not in Egypt.
Oh, definitely not in America either.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say we're not anywhere near where my home was.
Well, this place
This
doesn't
is
seem
like-
that far off from Florida.
Dream.
You've seen little blue creatures running around in Florida?
You haven't
green
seen half
people?
the creatures around here.
Little
Maybe.
flying people?
I see shit that surprises me every day.
Oh my word.
I just
Well-
ate too much food before I went to sleep and vivid dream.
Well, when you wake up, go to your local bookstore and look up my name. I'm rather popular in America, I've heard. And then you'll
If
see
you were
a picture
popular-
of me.
I would have heard of you.
I don't believe you can read, darling.
You're a nobody.
You're just an oaf, high, and stumbling about. Let's go
You
to
know-
this dragon.
You would be able to see I could read if you could see over the counter.
Well, if this is just a dream, I'm gonna catch me some dragon tail. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so you start making your way and you follow the noises, and like you can hear some kids like talking about, "Did you see? I grabbed it. Did you see that?" And parents just kind of nodding and going, "Yeah." And some of them just have like armfuls of like things that their kids have insisted on trying to win at like every game and things like that.
That sounds like us.
And the whole time you've been here, like, it's bright out, but it's not like sun shining down. The sky is an odd color, and it's not that normal like blue or hazy gray that you're used to. It always kind of looks like a sunset color, but it's bright enough to where you're seeing everything in dim light, but as you're walking, it slowly starts to get a little bit darker. But you still hear, "Prizes, prizes, prizes! Catch the fairy dragon by the tail and win a piece of its hoard!" Who's next? Try your luck.
Go first, Mark.
Oh, I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right, welcome. Are you ready to try and win a piece of the fairy dragon's hoard?
Yes, I am.
All right, now let me show you what to do. Now, to actually do this, you will be blindfolded. And
Oh.
they have like a little counter in front of them. It kind of just looks like a little bit of like a slightly higher wooden bench. It's not like a full counter. But on the edge of it, you see there is a cage. And on the inside, there is a very small dragon. It kind of just looks just like what you'd see in fairy books or storybooks and things like that. It's just maybe like the size of a cat, like a house cat.
It's so cute.
And at the moment, it's just kind of curled up inside. It's like, now this is our fairy dragon. When you are ready, we will blindfold you. And, well, we'll let him flutter around you for a little bit so you get used to the noise. And then we'll blindfold you. And you'll have 3 chances to catch his tail. If you do, on the first try, you'll get 2 prizes. But if you get it once out of any of the 3, you'll still get your prize. Are we ready?
You ready, Mark?
I am ready. I just put my sound went down on me there for a second.
No, you're good.
I am ready.
All right, and so the hand leads you a little bit behind their counter, and they grab the fairy dragon cage and they open it up and they kind of usher them out, and the dragon just starts flying in circles at different heights and doing loops and things all around you, and you can hear the beating of the small leathery wings around you. And so they give you a minute of just watching it fly around and listening to the sound so you can get used to it. And they come up with a blindfold and they cover your eyes so you can't see.
Okay.
Now, whenever you're ready, you'll have 3 tries to catch his tail. Okay, and so for your first try, what we are going to do is we are going to roll dexterity checks.
Okay. Eight.
Oh, yeah. You'd have no issue. You wait a second and you have your hands out around you and you're kind of just feeling for it. And you wait a second and you hear a beat of those wings and you reach out and you grab it and you feel like you've made purchase. And you kind of hear the beating of the wings slow a little bit, and it eventually like tries and turns itself around to where it's just kind of like perched on your hand, so it's not having to just fly in place with you holding it.
Okay.
Very well
And you
done.
hear,
I look so excited because this thing is so cute, and then it landed on me. I'm just like super happy.
yeah, so with your other hand, you kind of reach back and you pull your blindfold off, and it's just sitting on your hand.
I reached out
And-
to try and pet him a little bit.
I mean, it'll let you, yeah. I mean, it's tame. It's just a small little fairy dragon,
So cute.
so it's tame. Now that it's out of the cage and flying around, you're able to get a little bit of a better look at it. It doesn't have like normal dragon wings like you've seen in like storybooks and stuff growing up. These ones almost look like large leathery butterfly wings.
Okay.
Ooh.
But the hand comes up and they've got the cage and they take the dragon and they put him back in and they go, wonderful, you got him on the first try. That means you'll get 2 prizes today. And they go over to the chest and they set the dragon back on the counter. And the first thing they pull out is a wooden wand.
Nice.
And this one, it looks like all the other 2 that you guys have gotten. It just has, this one again has a different carving in it. And this one almost looks like it has like birds just flying in like a spiral all the way up the wand.
Okay.
And the second thing that you get is a tiny whistle.
Aw.
Ooh. So of course I, always ask. So, what does this whistle do?
That whistle's very special. Only certain creatures can hear it when you blow it.
How does that make it special?
Like a dog whistle.
It's special because not just anyone can hear it.
It's just a dog whistle.
It's a fey whistle.
Uh-huh.
Maybe when I blow it, Frederick, little dragons come to me.
Well, then why don't you try it?
I will, and so I blow it.
You blow it, and for you guys, you don't hear anything. But how hard do you blow the whistle, Mark? Do you just blow it a little bit, or do you just like blow as hard as you can into it?
Oh no, I blow it as hard as I can.
As you do that, you watch both the hand, and you kind of see the hand like recoil a little bit, like, oh, that's really loud. And you hear like faint noises from the kennel too, from the little cage.
Oh, they must not like it.
So I stop. As soon as I notice that they're having a reaction, I stop.
And the hand goes, sorry, that was just really loud, I wasn't ready.
I apologize. I didn't think you were going to hear it.
Well, all fey creatures can hear it.
Interesting.
I would love to go next.
Absolutely. And they give you the same rundown on how it works. And they let the dragon back out of the cage and they let him flutter around you for a little bit. And then they blindfold you and go ahead and make your first try.
58, which still beats my dex.
Hey.
Hey.
So you also got it on the first try. And so they collect the dragon from you. Actually, as you grab it...
It bites her.
No.
Oh.
Do a... What do I want you to roll today?
Well, they.
Go ahead and do a psychology check for me.
Operate heavy
Shiza.
machine.
What's my psychology? Oh, mine's not bad. Okay, it's a 42. 26.
As you grab the tail, it feels really slimy for a second.
Oh.
Like touching like seafood almost. Like fresh, like you just like if you just caught a fish, that slimy texture to it.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the back of a frog, that like mucusy feeling. That's what it feels like.
Not abnormal to me. I like frogs.
But you just
Zeus,
ran out of
hold
a
on,
room
Zeus.
with a bird in it, and you go into here to catch a bird.
But it's just for a second, and then you kind of pull the blindfold off, and the sensation goes away.
You look at the dragon. Are you?
He doesn't look slimy or mucusy or anything.
That's
But
strange.
your prizes. You get a cuddly toy spider. So it
Aw.
looks like a little spider plushie.
Okay, I kind of
Adorable.
like, when I see the little spider plushie, I kind of have a reaction to that a little bit.
No.
Like a bad
Like a
reaction?
negative reaction?
Correct. Like I can be there, but I don't like being there.
This is gonna be used against you.
No, Mark and I are friends. I'll kind of like pet it a little bit, then tuck it into my back pocket. And the next one.
Sorry, Kat. I should have asked. Does it look real? Like if it looks like a little toy, then it.
I mean,
does look-
it looks like a toy. I mean, it's not like perfectly realistic or anything, but you can clearly see that it's a spider.
Okay, I'm probably okay with that then, because if it doesn't look real, I'm not going to
It
really.
kind of looks like a like if you got a stuffed animal that was a spider.
Oh, then I'd be fine with that. Okay.
Okay. That was adorable.
And then the other one, they pull out a small tinted monocle, and they give it to you.
Ooh.
Oh. And what does... I'm gonna look through it.
As soon as you look through it, everything has this like dark green tint to it.
Oh, so it's just tinted glass.
As you're looking through it, make a spot hidden check for me.
Oh no, I'm terrible at this. 1 second.
I know.
I can't see. I'm too small.
I feel like
No,
that's not
64.
how it works.
Okay. Yeah, everything just has this like odd green tint to it, but it's kind of neat to see how all of the colors of the carnival change under that green.
Pretty. I was gonna, I guess, attach it to my like lapel or whatever. I have my collar here.
Okay.
Look fancy. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm gonna try.
All right, and they'll give you the same spiel. They'll let him fly around, and they blindfold you. Go ahead and make your first attempt with your dexterity check.
That would be a 5.
Ooh.
Okay.
good one.
Go ahead and make a psychology for me also when you grab him.
I fail.
Aren't you a doctor?
Okay.
Not of psychology.
All right. All right. So you grab him, and the same thing goes on. Now, since that was the first try, we will get your prizes again. Your first one is a little hand puppet that looks like a wizard.
Aw.
Interesting.
And then your other one is also a toy spider.
Cute.
So you have a hand puppet and a spider.
Interesting. Now I have stuff for all of my children.
Well, if Stumpy can do it, gesturing at the short girl, I forget her name now. I'm sure it's not that hard.
Is there
like
sleight? There
easy.
is a sleight of hand. Ooh, but I'm not good at it. Fuck it.
What would you like to do?
While he goes, I'm gonna use my wand to do like a brush of air to misdirect him so he doesn't catch it. I'm gonna try to do it each time so he fails 3 times.
Okay. So, because Haket will be doing that, Frederick, I will need you to do your dexterity checks at disadvantage.
Okay,
So you'll roll twice and take the higher.
that was 12. 32.
Damn.
Okay.
So I only use 1 charge then.
Yeah,
'cause
so you
we did
only
it.
ended up using the 1 charge. You guys are good at this one. Look at that. You also get a hand puppet that looks like a wizard. They are different colors, though. One is, I'll say the one that Sebastian got is like a blue color, like his robes are blue. And then the one that you got, I'll say he's wearing like an orange.
Okay.
And then now you also have a wooden wand as well. And this one looks very similar to the one that, the very first one you guys got that Haket now has. And it has tentacles all over it.
I need to start writing stuff down.
I got it all written down. Don't worry about it, guys.
I do too. Well, I have
kind of-
my stuff written down.
I have everybody's stuff written down. In case you need to steal something again, Haket.
Nice. I wish my sleight of hand was better. If only I was a thief.
I have a pretty good sleight of hand.
I mean, you wouldn't really need the sleight of hand, to roll it, considering he was blindfolded for this one. So.
Oh, that's true. I could have just run up behind him and grabbed his stuff. Damn.
If it's on his person, maybe yes. But if you're just trying to do stuff around him to confuse him from where the fairy dragon is, then no, because he can't see you. All right. So as you guys are doing this, you kind of watch that it's getting a little bit darker out. It's not like getting super late or anything from what you can tell. It also doesn't feel like you've been here very long. But you can also notice at the edges of the carnival, there's like a dark fog that seems to be starting to roll in.
As we're watching the other people, like the other creatures and stuff, do they seem concerned about it at all? Like, are people starting to leave? Nobody's starting to leave or anything?
I mean, you can see some of it kind of starting to thin out a little bit, just because, like, people with, like, kids and stuff like that, they're leaving a little bit earlier, or they're just like, I'm done carrying these toys around, we're gonna leave, stuff like that. Okay. But it doesn't look like it, no. But you're also not sure if they've noticed it yet or not.
Okay.
I'm gonna wave to one of the hands. Excuse me.
Yes, how can I help?
If one wanted to, retire from the festivities, where exactly is the exit?
Well, you just leave the same way you came.
Well, the gate sort of, disappeared as I walked in.
That actual gate is just a fun little thing he likes to do. But whatever way you came into the carnival, it's the same way you'd leave.
Do we remember what way we came in?
You remember you walked through a brick wall.
Right.
And then all of a sudden there was a large carnival in front of you.
This might be trickier than we thought.
What happens if we have trouble finding our way and the carnival closes down? Would you be able to direct us as you close up?
Oh, absolutely. But the carnival's open for a while. We don't leave until the... We don't leave until the Calliope wagons do. They kind of tell us when to close out.
When do the Calliope wagons leave?
We never know. That's half the fun.
Interesting.
When we see them fly in. Fun.
So I guess we watch
we start to pack up and we go to our next spots.
I guess we watch for flying wagons.
All right.
They're hard to miss. They're beautiful.
Rather a fan of poetry.
Should we just, take a stroll and see if we can find the exits? What do you think?
Well,
just have a reference point, I suppose.
We probably would have an idea of the area of the carnival we approached.
Make intelligence checks for me.
Hell yeah. I'm a smarter pants.
Anyone who would like to.
57, my thing is 70.
26, my thing is 87.
I got a 30, mine's 93.
Okay.
Everybody is smarter than the last.
What about the doctor?
What are we rolling?
Intelligence.
If you'd like to kind of see if you can remember a reference point for where you came in.
I assume you have big brain.
Success, but just a basic success.
Yeah.
Okay.
74.
Okay, you guys are pretty confident. You go, yeah, we've got a really good idea. And you walk for a while, and you realize you've walked through a lot more of the carnival than it may have felt like originally. And so it takes you a little while, but eventually you get to that side of the grounds, and off in the distance you can see a slightly odd-shaped building, and it has a large top roof to it that almost kind of curls into like an ice cream cone point also. But you're pretty sure that's where you came in.
I believe that's where we came from.
So we'll just run into the wall when we're done.
What would you guys like to do?
Do we want to see what happens when we try to go back through that?
Oh, but then we might ruin everything too soon.
Well,
I'm
I
having
don't
fun.
want to. I don't want to go, but these two feel like it's a dream. So maybe we should
It's
test that theory.
Obviously a dream.
Well, why don't we just go test this theory?
No. Dreams aren't this vivid. We're high.
Sure, we'll go test this theory. Let's go.
So why don't you give me all of your prizes then?
This is
Well, he's
my
keeping his-
candy, and I walk away.
He's keeping his for his kids. I'm not sure why, because it's a dream.
I might see them in my dream, and if they are real, then I'll give them to my children.
These mystical things. You're not scared they might
Just
come
a hand
alive in the
puppet.
night?
And some carved figures.
I can do magic.
They cannot do magic.
Second. Those are weird. But everything's weird here. That's what happens when you're high, but it should be wearing off soon.
How long have you been here for, Kat? Roughly.
It feels like you've been here a couple of hours at least. It's kind of hard to tell just because you're not used to how the skyline works here. It's kind of always looked like it was sunset the entire time you've been here.
Okay.
But it felt like you've been here, like walking around and stopping and watching like offhand performers and like going into the games and stuff for a couple of hours so far. And then since this was a long walk back to where you wanted to get your reference point, you've noticed that the fog has started to crawl in a little bit more.
I will
Alright.
approach the area that looks like it's where I stepped through to begin with.
Okay. It takes a while, and at first it feels weird because you know you're walking towards it, but you don't see it getting bigger for a little bit. You keep walking. And then eventually it's kind of like right up there in front of you. It's maybe about 10 feet from you.
Approach. Hand outstretched first, so I don't manage to run into a wall if it's an actual wall.
Oops.
You
You
succeeded.
go to touch it and you can kind of feel that like weird sensation that when you first walked through it, and you can see that shimmer still going on.
Push through.
Your hand goes through.
Continue through.
You walk through it, and you are standing behind your group.
Do we don't notice him then, obviously, like we're still watching him, right? He just comes in behind us.
I'm sitting there watching the gate. I don't know
him
he's behind
disappear
us.
through the wall.
We
Same
saw
way
him
you guys walked through it originally.
Huh,
Yeah, we
maybe
saw him
should-
disappear.
Oh, he got out. We should follow, and I go to follow.
Wait, he went through?
You watched him disappear through the wall, like how you guys first came in.
Is he just
What
sitting
you
there
guys haven't
quietly
noticed
behind
yet
us?
is that he's standing behind you.
Okay, so
But you
at
guys
this
haven't
point,
noticed that yet.
I would have said to Heket, well, I guess we can leave whenever we want.
So I'm gonna follow
Us.
through the gate, and when I end up beside him, I'm just gonna look at him, look at the others, look at him, look at the others, and then stand there quietly.
Well, at least the big one is gone.
Oh, that cracks me up. You want to go back to the carnival?
Absolutely.
I just
All
make
right.
Much
myself
better
look
time.
very big, arms crossed,
And then,
scowl on
right
my
as the two of you
face.
turn around to go back the way you came, you are face to face with Frederick and Sebastian.
Awkward.
Disappointing.
How do you feel about this this now there, Sebastian?
Frederick may be onto something. Or again, it's a dream, so I mean, dreams do weird things.
So we're stuck in a dream.
We
Or
appear to
we're
be
high.
stuck in a dream, or we're high.
Take my wand and turn Sebastian's hair bright pink. To work. Just do a little wave.
Yeah, you focus on it for a second, and you see just this little shimmer go over his head. And it stays there for about a minute or so, and then it slowly fades away.
Fantastical drugs indeed.
When I turn to walk away,
I have short hair, so I wouldn't even see it.
Nope.
When I turn to walk
You
away,
have no
I
idea what
accidentally spill the pixie dust on myself and I start floating.
Just like a spaceman.
Oh, this is more than normal high. So
Yeah,
I'm
you start
floating.
walking, and your walking speed has now turned into a flying speed. So at the moment, you're just a little bit off the ground, but you're just still walking. You just don't feel any of that resistance that you're used to. It's kind of like you're swimming.
That is a wonderful prize. I'm very jealous.
I think
And
the
you
highest
walk for about a minute. How far do you? After a while, I'm assuming you'd notice you're not on the floor anymore.
Yeah, when I notice I'm not on the floor, I start walking up.
Okay. So you start walking up. I'll say you get maybe 15, 20 feet up, maybe. I'd say probably closer to 15. And you start to feel that momentum you had going up start to fade.
Oh, he's going to fall.
And it's almost like in a cartoon how that moment when they run off a cliff and they stop and then they drop. You kind of stop where you are and you go, oh, I think it's ended. I think it's over. And you start to drop really quickly, but then right as you're about to hit the ground, your body stops and you slowly drift right to the ground. So there's you guys watch him just sheer drop and then gently put his feet down on the ground.
Well, I thought we were
Medical
about to be in
term for
for-
mass hallucination.
Well, that was weird.
Well, this is rather fantastical, you have to admit.
And I
we
take
all-
another swig of the wine.
And we all just
And
saw
as
the
you
same
open it,
thing.
that Calliope music goes off again.
Is his bottle emptier than it was when he first drank it?
Yeah, you're slowly making a dent in it.
It's not an
Okay.
infinite bottle. Okay.
Just checking. Well, what do you guys want to do? We can't get out. We're stuck here. We go back. Do we want to talk to some of the people that are here and see where they came from? Do we want to go play some more games and try and win Heket some pixie dust?
If that thing made me fly, what does this do? And I put on the puppet and start playing with the puppet.
You put on the puppet, and you kind of mess with it, and then you start wiggling the hands around a little bit, and you watch as a couple of little sparks come off of the hands. And all of the little items that you guys have picked up so far along the way, in your vision only, Frederick, start to glow a little bit. And you start glancing around at stuff around the entire place, and you can see more little glows all over the place. You have just cast Detect Magic with a puppet.
Do I see any little glowing thing in a spot that I can try to steal?
Make a spot hidden check.
8.
As you're kind of looking around with this, you see a family kind of hurries, kind of trying to get past you, because you can see the parents are trying to keep up with the kids who are just running excitedly, bobbing and weaving through the crowds. And one of them accidentally bumps into you a little bit, and you can see her arms are full. She's got like all kinds of little toys and things that she's grabbed from everyone. And they just go, "Oh, I'm sorry," and you can see that underneath their little cloak, you can see a couple of horns poking out, and they have this deep red skin to them. And as they run by, you kind of caught the glow of everything they were holding in their hands, and then you watch part of it drop. And you look down at your feet, and it seems like they've dropped a trinket.
I'm gonna pick it up. It is now mine.
Okay, roll a d8 for me.
I don't have one of those out.
Ooh.
What is this?
But to answer your
Look at
question,
this.
Hotcat, hallucination actually comes from the Latin hallucinatatis.
4.
Really?
Meaning?
There is a little flask, and it looks like it has some worms in it. And when you first pick it up, they're a yellow color. What would you say Frederick's mood is at the moment?
Curious? Is that a mood?
Okay. And so you're holding them and you're looking at them, and while they were yellow when you picked it up, they slowly start to turn like an orange color.
His mood's gonna change though, because when she drops that, I'd be like, ma'am, you dropped something.
It's in my pocket. It's gone now. Like, I'm walking away.
Goodness. And now he steals from children.
He does. Drugs, theft, true dregs of society.
Well,
Do you still try and call out that, Mark?
Oh yeah. I'd probably try and get it from him, like not thinking anything of it. Like, I don't know he's trying to steal it. He never said anything.
Yeah.
So
Um,
I'd be like, Fred, you got to give that back.
I don't know what you're talking
she
about.
kind of glances back to you guys, but is also like trying to keep an eye on where the kids ran off to in the crowd. And she goes, "No, just keep it. They've got plenty." And she just darts off. She goes, and you can hear her calling, like, "Where'd you go?" Like, and just like, "Sorry, excuse me," and just trying to get through and catch up with them.
Good. I'd be like, oh, I guess she doesn't care, Fred. It's all yours.
Well, it's mine as soon as I picked it up.
That's not how that works.
How are you
Unless you're a thief.
chosen to be here in this mystical place? It seems the rest of us are actually decent.
Go ahead and make spot hidden checks for me, guys. As time winds on.
92!
60.
I see
This is
nothing.
a definite fail.
I got a 20, which is a quarter of mine, so the
Okay.
whatever success.
Fred, you notice that, and it's slow moving. It's not like quickly progressing on you, but there's still more fog rolling in. And you swear for a second that you can see figures just standing in the fog, waiting. And then you blink or look away, and it's just fog.
So everyone just kind of sees me like stop and look at the fog and be like, and then not say anything and walk away.
Okay, right away I'd be like, Fred, what did you see?
There's nothing.
Are you
what
sure?
did they-
Because this is kind of what we were talking about before, Haket and I, and this would be the third time. Did you see like an octopusy looking thing with a horse kind of thing trailing behind some kind of creepy all hunched
Okay.
over thing? Like, did you see creatures?
You two are definitely high.
Only person
Are-
consistently drinking is you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Pop the cork, take a swing.
Calliope music goes off.
It's not like I can even do it subtly.
No, it's every time you pop the cork, as long as there's liquid in the bottle. Yeah.
Hey, use another prestidigitation to make like his hand kind of like move up so it pours on his face a little bit. Using up all these charges.
Sure.
You only
Fred,
had 4 left
make
unless you got a new wand.
Fred, make a dex check to see if you can
No, I didn't get my own one. I only have 3 left.
get around it.
Dexterity
Well,
is
that's 4 when I
65.
gave
I
it
got
to
a
you.
54.
Yeah, she used one on
That's
him
what
during
you
the
gave me.
fairy dragon, and then she's used one now.
So I got a
No, you got
partial
3.
success or whatever.
Yeah.
I beat my score by 6.
Okay.
Also didn't work.
You still get some of it on you,
No, I used it twice.
but you managed to, in Florida man style, try and like crane around and like get it to your mouth instead. But it doesn't just go down all in front of you.
Mm.
Okay,
I wish this lasted forever.
Yeah, when
I have
it
a- None of
gets
you
on
went to
my
once. You
shirt,
can
my
give it
like
to
my
me.
clothing is so dirty you can't even tell that got on me.
I'm almost tempted to clean you
A
up.
filthy rich man.
Yes.
Bringing a new definition.
I feel like we should go back to the center of the carnival. I'm feeling not comfortable at the edge here.
I gotta
How do you
admit,
guys-
I am not a fan of the smoke.
Yeah, let's go back to the middle. Let's go back to the carnival.
Maybe there's something we can compete in together. Or at least
Yeah.
in pairs.
Yeah, let's go find something. You might
May
as
as
well
well.
come with us there, Sebastian, right? Can't get
Yeah.
out.
So from what you guys can tell, there's only 2 things you guys haven't done yet. And Haket, you remember them saying something about a poetry contest.
I'm down.
And then you guys also remember something about ring toss.
Let's do the ring
Oh,
toss.
let's go try those. Let's go try the ring toss.
Alright, best for last then. Ring toss it is.
Sounds good.
It'll be
You're a writer
hilarious
too?
hearing you do poetry.
I cut.
I am. My main profession. Not strictly poetry, but
Eh,
more
If you-
fiction.
if you're a professional, I would have heard of you.
My books sell quite well in America, actually.
Oh, I totally believe you.
Numbers are lower in Florida.
Anyway, the ring toss.
To the ring toss.
Okay, so you start making your way over there, and you're following, and you can hear, "This all mirage is no mirage. Adorn its horn with 2 or 3 rings to win a prize." As you guys are walking, the frequency of these is going to start to get a little quicker. I need another spot hidden check.
Oh,
And thank you.
Not gonna see
I
nothing.
actually see something.
97.
88.
1.
Damn,
Oh my
you see
word,
through
no
the
one did.
times fabric continuum.
Sebastian and Frederick will see it this time. So you're walking and you're just kind of trying to take everything in. Some of you in awe, some of you in skepticism. But your eyes, no matter how much you try to fight it, your eyes keep trailing back to this fog around the carnival. And you guys actually end up seeing 2 different things. Just because you decided to roll a 1, Fred. So it's going to be a little bit different.
I got an extreme success too.
Yeah. 1 is going to be a little bit different. Extreme success is still awesome. Don't get me wrong. But then there's a 1. So, Sebastian. Your eyes pull you back to the fog. And now you can kind of see them. There's... At first you go, oh, there's a group out there. And then you kind of stare a little bit longer. And they don't move like a group. It almost looks like whatever these masses are in the fog, these dark silhouettes, are kind of writhing and wriggling. But they look fairly humanoid, as far as you can tell. But on the ground, and you see this too, Frederick, on the ground, you can kind of slowly see, and you swear for a moment they're moving, but there's these dark shadows that sort of twist and turn and look like they're moving in the direction of the carnival. But you can't see where they start or where they end, but you can see they're just on the ground, like these moving shadows. Almost if you're seeing trees blow in the wind, and you're seeing that shadow sway. But with your one, Freddy, you see this and you kind of glance to other people in the crowd to kind of see if anyone else is noticing it, really, and trying to see if it's just you. And you see Sebastian looking over there. But then you kind of meet the gaze of some of the other people just enjoying the carnival, and their eyes are just black. And you blink or you shake your head and you look, and everything you guys saw was gone. It's just back to normal.
Oh.
The people look normal. There's nothing in the fog. There's no shadows moving.
The color
Who thought
just
sleep could be so restless?
the color drains from Fred's face a little bit.
But the other two don't seem to notice anything.
I imagine that Haket
trying
and
to find the
myself
ring
would be
tunnels.
walking in front, and those two be walking kind of behind us, right?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't even see their
Yeah.
expression.
Yeah, Fred is kind of like falling behind a little as he's processing
feeling-
what he just saw, but
Are you feeling faint there, Frederick? Is the wine getting to you? You should really lay off the substances, especially if you're mixing chemicals.
this has nothing to do
go
with what I've been
ahead.
drinking.
What
We'll
has
call this... We'll just do an education. So, Haket and Mark, if you can do an education roll for me.
I'm educated.
education?
The
Ooh, okay.
orphanages, they teach you well. 15. Hell yeah, that is
Yeah,
that is
baby.
great. That
10.
is less than a quarter.
You guys are walking and you kind of realize it's kind of quiet behind us. Putting things together, you go, okay, usually that means someone's either stopped, they've disappeared, or they've veered off from following the group. And you guys turn around and you can see both Sebastian and Frederick had kind of stopped a little bit or slowed. And so you guys have kind of made headway on them.
Sebastian seems to be looking concerned at Frederick.
You mustn't
you-
drink too
are
much
you
of his
guys-
wine.
Possibly. Are you guys okay? We yell back to them.
I'm not sure that Frederick's doing so well. He's not looking too good. He might be faint. Are you seeing auras?
So, out of character, you know how when something happens to a drunk person, they're just suddenly very sober? That's what happened to Fred.
Well, then his eyes clear.
Something ain't right here.
Oh, what a deduction, truly. You are the Sherlock of our time.
What I have that
what
I
do you
can
mean?
throw. I pull a piece of candy and I throw it at her.
I'm trying to catch it.
Make a dex
Eat it.
check.
I'm good at dex, kind of.
Sebastian, why don't you just go ahead and do a medicine check. on
45
Frederick.
success.
Yeah,
Thank
you catch
you.
it.
I was feeling a little hungry.
That's a medicine. That's a success. with a 69.
Nice.
E.
You can, without going like super into detail with him, I mean, you can see that his eyes are still dilated, so you assume he's still under the influence of something, because he has been drinking the wine. But you kind of grab his wrist and he feels a little cold, a little clammy. He does have an accelerated heart rate.
You might need to sit down here, buddy. You might be on the verge of fainting. Your pulse is racing. You're cool to the touch. Your eyes are still dilated. You're definitely not sober.
There's shit out in the fog. It's squirming and everybody's eyes here. All of their eyes were black. Something is going on here.
The dream. Your dream is apparently just turning.
Except for that we're all seeing these things.
This is not a dream.
A cat saw some stuff. I saw some stuff.
It's turning into a bad trip.
I can tell by looking at you that you saw some stuff. What did you see? No answer? You didn't see anything?
He just said he saw something in the fog.
Oh, he was asking you, I believe.
No, you. What did you see?
I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. I don't know. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
What did you see?
What did I see, Kat?
You saw what looked like humanoid figures in the fog, but they were kind of writhing and wriggling. Like, they still looked like they had a general, like, humanoid shape to them, but they didn't move.
I'm a
natural.
Snake.
And then coming out of the fog, you couldn't see where it started, but you had a feeling that it came from the fog. You could see just these shadows twisting and moving, and it looked like they were making their way towards the
There was
fair.
people out in the fog that looked like they were either dancing or doing something weird. I don't know, man. My eyes are just playing tricks on me. There's nothing going on. Like I said, other than the fact that this is just one strange dream.
Okay. So when you look at those people at the carnival, and so I'm pointing to the people in Carnival, how do those people make you?
They look fine.
All of their
They're
eyes
just
were
weird.
black.
I've seen creatures like this, but
And I'm gonna put my alcohol into my bag or whatever I have. Like, I'm putting it away at this point.
okay. Yeah, I say you have like your adventurer pack or something. You were an explorer, so
Yeah. So I put my stuff
it's
into
possible
my
you
bag.
use it as an everyday bag.
Yeah, and I'm
Never
now
leave home
paying
without
very
it.
close attention to everything around because this is wrong.
Okay, do another spot hidden check for me then.
I mean, we're all gonna wake up at some point.
45,
so.
which is not quite half.
Okay. You kind of look back out around you. Are you focusing more on the fog or just everything?
Fog and seeing if people are looking weird again.
Okay.
All right, my thing just got disconnected. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Like my computer screen just went black and everything went off, and I'm like, what just happened? Okay, anyway, I don't know if you heard what I was saying to Sebastian.
When?
Say it again just in case.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying, when you looked at the people in the carnival, like all the different creatures, how did they make you feel? Like, did you feel unsafe? Did you feel like, people were kind of having fun and normal? Like, it didn't give you a bad feeling, right?
They're just fantastical.
Right.
It's a dream.
But how did those creatures in the fog make you feel?
They just looked weird. Again, it's something out of the corner of my eye. It's nothing. You are attributing way too much to the nonsense that is in this dream.
Okay, well, I don't know if you want to. You can think that if you want. I'm getting to the center of the carnival, away from this fog, and I headed to the carnival.
I mean, there's no way we can leave anyway. What happens, happens.
I mean, we're eventually gonna wake up. Nothing that happens here matters. Somehow we're in some kind of mixed lucid dreaming. But
You
I don't
say
know.
so.
Yeah,
You got to that second wand that you wanted.
the
right?
butterfly one.
Where did you set that one?
Same place as the previous one.
Similar to before, you start to feel something in your pocket, but this time it feels like fluttering. Like there's something fluttering, kind of like if you put a bag over a bird.
He opens his jacket.
The wand's just sitting there.
Be tired of that one
Nothing's
too.
moving.
My mind is just playing tricks on me.
Okay.
Haket, where did you put the wand that you won?
In my I would say I have like a little bag that I hang at my side, so put it in there.
Okay.
With the
Very faintly, you start to feel like something is moving in your bag. Did you have the one with the...
tentacles.
You had the tentacle, yeah. So it kind of feels like something's writhing around or like flopping around in your bag for a second.
Open it.
Nothing's moving. Nothing looks out of the ordinary.
Ring toss?
Sure. I can see your mind's playing tricks on you too.
More open to the concept of magic.
Mark and Fred, where are you guys holding the wands that you won?
In my bag.
Okay, and yours, I believe, had the birds on it?
I think mine was tentacles and his was birds.
Okay. You also then you feel like there's a flopping around inside of your bag for a second.
Yeah, I'm more focused on the smoke and the people than not paying attention to it.
It goes on for a little while, but eventually it stops. And then, Mark, can you hear me?
He might have just disconnected.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, he's offline. Not offline,
Okay.
but off.
We will get to him in a minute. That is fine. For your spot hidden check that you made to watch everything, you guys start making your way closer to the ring toss, which you vaguely remember following. So you're going more towards the center of the fair. You look back out onto the fog, Fred, and there they are again. They look a little bit bigger, and the fog looks like it's a little bit closer. But now you can also kind of see what you assume Mark and Haket were talking about earlier. It looks like there's a massive horse or a moose or something standing right at the edge of the fog. And you can see it kind of digging at the ground, almost like a horse about to charge.
Did anyone write down what the names of the leader people were the first hand mentioned?
I'm not sure, but they are Mr. Witch and Mr. Light.
Okay, then I'll go with the others to the ring toss.
Alrighty. So, you guys make your way over to the ring toss, and you see there is a boarded off square area. And when you get up to it, there are wooden figurine bunny rabbits. But they don't
Aw.
look like normal because they all have a unicorn horn protruding from their heads. And you see the hand working this one is, they're still going, the all mirage is no mirage. Adorn its horn with 2 or 3 rings to win a prize.
Why not?
Go ahead.
I will
Okay.
try.
They, you guys can do these all at one time because they have
okay.
more than one little all mirage set up. So there's a couple of different stations. They will hand you all 3 rings. And you are going to have to succeed 2 out of 3 times on a dex check to toss it over and get it onto the ring. So for these ones, it's going to be a little bit different because if you watch, every now and then even though they're wooden, you watch it kind of hop.
Oh.
So, it's going to be I'll go ahead and give you the DC for this one so you guys can just tell me how many successes and how many fails you guys have. But it is going to be...
Before you give the number, I'm going to toss them behind my back. So I'll do it at disadvantage.
Okay.
Can't make it easy.
Of course not. I need you guys... Your DC is going to be 45.
Oh.
45 or lower.
So I got a 12, a 21, and a 82. So.
Nope.
Okay,
94.
so you got 2 of 3.
The first one, over the back, onto the horn. My worst roll... So, with disadvantage, I actually rolled a 1.
Okay.
And then I rolled a 12.
Okay.
I didn't make a single one.
So our first one, basically, not one of the game. The second one misses with a 65. And the third one misses, but the first one is on the money.
Okay, and you said none of yours made it, Kat?
No.
It was like every time you were like, okay, I've got it, and it was right there, the bunny hopped.
I just...
Just look where the bunny's gonna be, not where it is.
They're not supposed to move.
Alright, so... And Mark can try when he gets back. But for now, Freddy Boy is the only one that has succeeded. And so since you got 2, you get one prize. And... you get some face paint.
Ooh.
One application of magic face paint.
So after I get it, I ask the hand, where can we find Mr. Witch and Mr. Light?
They're probably at the big top, but I don't think it's here this evening.
What does the big top look like?
Mm.
Well, it's big. It'll look like most of the other tents here.
So is it just a bigger than normal tent?
The big top is just the largest tent.
Okay.
How strange not to have the biggest tent at your event.
Well, we're here for a while. It is only once every 8 years.
Hmm.
Kind of makes it worth it.
Well, we have one last thing to try. I
And-
suppose till the end.
Go ahead and make spot hidden checks for me, because it is starting to get a little bit darker out too.
I
Because
fail.
now it really looks like almost like sunset time.
30.
78.
33, which is right below the half.
Okay. What was yours, Sebastian?
I failed with a 31.
Okay.
I only have a 25.
Same.
It's probably just because you were already looking out for stuff anyway, Fred.
Yep.
But they say the largest tent, and so you kind of instinctually start to like glance around and try and see if you can find where that is. And you can see one kind of towards the like back center of the carnival. So you guys are pretty much central right now, so it's going to be like towards the back of it. You see a tent that kind of sticks out above the rest of the ones around you. And when you turn to look at everyone else and go, oh, hey, there's a big tent over there. The walls of the tent around you aren't that normal canvas material. There are vertical, black, slimy tentacles in place of where those would be. And they're just stationary. They're not moving or anything. They're just wiggling around where the walls of...
Okay, we need to get to that tent.
Cat. Hold on.
We haven't done
Oh,
the
wait, we lost
poetry
Cat?
yet.
I thought she
We
stopped
lost
talking.
Cat.
I see.
Uh-oh,
No.
she's frozen.
Sorry about all the technical difficulties we're having tonight, guys.
This game just is
Blame
not meant
Canada.
to be. Blame Canada.
Yeah,
I
blame
blame
Canada.
Only one of the three. Oh wait, two of the three technical difficulties have been Canada-based.
Ah,
There
we
you
have
go.
we have a return of the cat.
Hello,
Yay.
can you hear me?
Yes.
So we cannot see you.
Okay. My computer, I think, just did the same thing that Mark's did.
I had
Everything
to
went black and all my
restart
stuff
'cause my-
reset.
I had to restart because my Discord crashed. Might be a Discord thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Discord's been disconnecting tonight as well.
Yes, Fred is pretty much on a swivel at this point. But yeah, so if you said anything after I described the walls of the tent, I did not hear you. I apologize.
No, we didn't really say much.
We mainly just
What was
started
the difficulty for the
sense.
throwing the horns?
45.
Mark?
Not in Discord.
He can see us, he just can't hear us.
Is he in the Discord chat?
No.
He's in the chat, just not
He's
the
in the
audio.
chat, not the voice call.
Hmm.
Is there anything you would like to do? Patrick?
There we go.
Oh, there he is.
Let's see if my phone. I think my phone is like Matt's phone. I dropped it and decides to do what it wants to with the voice on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't touch it. I'll leave it alone. So you can see you guys. We're good. I just won't be able to stay on. Oh yeah, I guess I'm going to watch 1 and 2. That'll tell me if I failed or not. You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I have no idea where we're at.
They have been doing the ring toss. There's little wooden bunny rabbits with horns on their head, but they every now and then they actually move and hop around in the area. So you get 3 rings, and you'll have to make a dexterity check, but you have to roll below 45 or lower to get the ring onto the horn. If you get 2 out of the 3, you will get a prize.
Okay, my first roll is a 20.
Okay.
Second roll is going to be 20-something, 28. Oh, my third roll is a 47.
Okay, yeah, you got 2 out of the 3. So you will also get a prize here. And it looks like you are getting a spider, Mark.
Oh, nice.
Freddie, is there anything you would like to do in response to seeing tentacles for walls?
I stay very good distance away from any walls. So we gotta go to the big tent now.
Okay.
We still have one more game. We might as well do them all.
No, we gotta go.
For what? You can't leave. You tried.
She did want to do the poetry most of all.
These
so
tents
you guys
are not tents.
They look
Why
like
is the person who thinks they might be high being the person seeing everything?
Because they might be high.
Maybe you'll just sit down, and the rest of us will go have fun.
The head people are in that tent. They can get us out.
Or they want you to stay here forever.
No,
Maybe they're
we need
after
to
your soul.
Screw poetry. Nobody gives a shit about that anyway.
As she says, maybe they're after your soul. You all hear this. There is just this low rumbling, almost guttural growl that just sounds like it's coming from everywhere at once.
Okay, I don't care if you guys are coming with me or not. I'm going to that tent and I just walk off.
And you walk out of the tent you guys are in now?
Yeah, I'm going to the big tent.
Alright, you walk out and it is almost completely pitch black out here.
Poke my head out.
Yep. Same.
Maybe poetry isn't as important. Excuse me, hand. I poked my head back in the tent.
Yes.
There seems to be a bit of trouble outside. It's rather dark. Do you know?
I mean, that usually happens in the evening.
My friends here tried to retire early, and unfortunately, they just ended up back here. Do you know if there's an actual exit?
You exit the way you came.
See, that didn't quite work, though.
Well, it works for everyone. Eventually.
I roll a psychology check to see if it sounds like she's lying or something.
Sure. I will
feel
let you
like-
either do psychology or... I think it won't for me to look at skills.
I feel like this is,
yeah, if you
she's
just wanna
not
do psychology.
lying. We can leave once they steal our soul.
That would be a extreme success on a 2.
Ooh. Everyone roll good. Good damn.
Get worse dice. Or better dice, depending on
I
your
mean, she's not lying, but you also don't get the sense that she's telling the truth. I mean, it's true. You get the sense that no, she's telling the truth. You leave the way you came in.
I feel like you're omitting something.
Well, I never deal with people coming and going. I just know that you leave the way you come in. Anything else outside of that, I'm not sure. I just run a ring toss.
I mean, who would know? Got a charm?
Sure.
Like, hey, bye-bye.
Oh, that's a fail. Damn.
You did not slay.
Whoever deals with coming and going, I just run a ring toss. And the entire time they're answering your questions, they just, and it's not like an evil or like sinister smile. They just have like a small like, hi, how can I help you smile, just constantly like plastered on their
Customer
face.
service.
Evil.
They've got that customer service smile just permanently on their face.
The center tent. Then maybe.
Are you guys
Guess
gonna
so.
come to the tent or not?
Yeah, let's go.
I feel like
Since your head has been on a swivel pretty much this entire time, Fred, you can see that the fog is still getting closer. And now you see there's looks like a green tint to it.
Put on a monocle again?
What do I want you to roll for that? Oh, I can't. Okay, it won't. Some of my stuff is still frozen, so I cannot open it up to look at the skills at the moment. If you can give me a good reason to roll a certain skill, I will allow it.
I'm trying to remember what I rolled last time, because it wasn't bad. I didn't
Last
have a
time
bad
you
score in
did
it.
spot hidden.
Oh, did I? There.
But I guess I can also allow like natural world. Or
Natural world. I got a
occult
50 in that
or
one.
something like that.
Or what about if I look in Egyptian?
There is no text,
Damn. Okay.
so you cannot look in Egyptian.
Walk like an Egyptian.
I was about to say you can't look an Egyptian, but you can walk like an Egyptian.
No, that was an 86. God damn. Should I change dice? I really wanted to use this dice.
Well, it's not working out for you.
Everything looks really green. You kind of start to see some shadows in the distance, but you pull it away and you can't really tell much of a difference.
Useless thing.
well, I would like to weigh in here. I think that we should go with Fred to the big tent.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a fine plan.
You start making your way that way, and the wind picks up. There wasn't really any wind all day. I mean, every now and then you got a slight breeze, but now it's stronger, heavier.
What is the situation outside, like as far as the rest of the people now?
It's starting to thin out a little bit.
But they're same thing.
I mean, there's still people playing games and doing stuff like that. None of them really seem to notice or react, but it's definitely thinned out a lot. And again, you hear that low guttural growling just everywhere around you. You can't really pinpoint where it's coming from, but it seems louder.
I speed up.
The large tent is actually further away than you thought it would be. And by the time you get there, you glance behind the tent. And the fog is a lot closer now. Do spot hidden checks for me.
Okay, this is it. This is the one.
20.
Come on.
Because we're almost to the end of the game and
Which
your
is-
spot hidden checks are so awful, Haket, I am going to go ahead and let you know that if you Use the monocle, I'll give you advantage.
I used the
Okay.
monocle because that was a 48.
So mine is a quarter of my value.
Okay.
10.
83.
Okay,
I
Sebastian
don't
doesn't
see
it.
nothing.
Wait, do you finally see something, Z?
I do! I got a 10.
Mark, what did you get for your...
Under half.
61. I see nothing.
Okay. Freddie over here, who's just been on the swivel the entire time. There are way more figures in this fog than you saw ever before. But they aren't... Like, some of them are figures, like humanoid figures. And then there's just all kinds of different floating or writhing creatures, is the best thing you can think. You're not really sure because all the silhouettes have started to just kind of blend together. You can see them pull apart and then come back together.
And do any of the... Oh, yes, I shouldn't ask because I didn't see
No.
anything.
You're good. You're annoyed with the monocle, but you figure, all right, sure, the fog is green, this thing makes things look green, maybe. And you look through it, and where the fog is, it's almost clear. Like, it's not foggy. But they're all still... And you see the same figures and the creatures, and now you kind of see the creatures that Mark tried to describe to you earlier. Horse head on an octopus body and a six-legged giant moose looking. And just all of these moving creatures in where you know the fog was. But not moving towards past it. Like they're moving with it. And you start to see them writhing and moving. But since you have that monocle and that green tint on top of green fog, it's odd that would clear things up, but it does. And you're far enough away that you're not sure, but you could swear that you can see just everything is slimy and like oozy, almost. And that wind blows in heavy again, and you could have sworn you just got the hint of like fish that was sitting out too long in the sun. Or something rotten.
I don't think we're meant to make it out of here.
I hate to say this,
And it's right on the other side.
but I
at
agree
the
with
end of
Stumpy.
this
I'm not going to pass to the rest of the afterlife being called Stumpy.
Well, I wouldn't take it too harsh. I mean, he's obviously on drugs and inebriated.
I don't think that matters where we are. He's just naturally a buffoon.
That does appear to be the case.
How close are we?
How close are we to the tent? Mark
Yes.
is asking.
Maybe 20, 30 feet, but you guys have noticed that the fog is kind of like kissing the edge of the back of the tent.
I'm gonna try to get into the tent.
I mean, it's open, it's just not really lit up on the inside.
Okay, so I'm gonna go in.
Poke my head.
It's a little bit darker in here than it is outside just because the tents are blocking everything.
Do I see
The other ambient
anyone
light.
in there?
Not at the moment. But you guys walk in, you slowly start making your way about
Hello?
Mr. Witch?
halfway
Mr. Light?
in.
Is anyone home?
What are you four doing in here?
Where are you?
You're not meant to be here. How did
We're
you
not-
get a ticket?
Well,
We're
I
not
mean, we
meant-
just walked in the tent.
If we're not meant to be here, get us out of here.
And you kind of hear a snap from right off onto the side of you, like almost like right next to you. And there is a average height man with a cane and a top hat, and he's in a checkerboard tailcoat. And he's standing there, and he is holding a pocket watch that is actually slightly illuminating his face. I'm afraid I don't have that power.
Then who does?
Whatever brought you here wasn't us. It wasn't the festival. It wasn't the carnival.
We had a ticket.
What's going on here? I can see the tents are made out of squirming tentacles. I can see the same thing creeping in. What the hell is going on here?
What are you talking about? My carnival is just a carnival.
No, it's
Hell is
not.
just a
What did
small
you
map.
do?
I didn't do anything.
You have some kind of monster fog approaching.
Fairly certain it's just a lucid dream.
Ignore him.
As soon as you say that, like you mentioned that fog, he kind of pulls part of the tent back, and he looks, and you kind of see his face drop from like confusion about you guys to slight concern. And he shuts the curtain again, and he puts himself together, and he looks at his watch and goes, "However you came here, you better go. I think this carnival's closing up early this year.
We can't go. When we try to go, we end up back here.
You leave the way you came. It's the only
Wonderful. We walked all this way.
And he pulls out of his coat pocket a little whistle similar to the one you see that Mark had, but it's very fancy and long and ornate. And he blows on it a couple of times, and he tucks it back into his pocket. You need to go now. And as he says that, you can start to see like the fog starting to like seep in from underneath the back like tent curtain and into the tent that you guys are in. And it slowly starts to get darker.
Grab on. Let's go.
And there's just a voice. Not a voice you've ever heard, but it's in your head and it just goes, "Run." And just terror fills you, and you just kind of feel the blood drain from your faces.
Frank
What would you like to
runs.
do?
On my itty bitty legs. Tick, 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 tick.
Alright, where are we running?
Back to the
Back
entrance.
the way we came.
But yeah,
Okay.
to the brick wall.
As we're running, I think the trick is to walk through it backwards.
What?
We have to enter the way we came. We walked in forwards, we'd have to leave backwards.
Is there any roll to run, or do we just run?
What is your guys' movement? I can't see your sheets at the moment.
9.
Oh no.
Mine is a 9.
Where's movement?
I don't see it.
Should be moved.
Under combat, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
About
under
to-
combat.
My movement
Oh,
rate, there's
combat.
nothing there. I just have
Is-
dexterity and dodge. Everything else is blank.
Is your strength and dexterity greater than your size?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Then your movement speed is 9.
Yeah, mine's an 8.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
I'm speedy.
So you guys are able to keep pace with each other pretty well. And you're running. And by now you can see that, other than like the hands and stuff, the place is pretty much cleared out. You see everyone putting together their tents and stuff. It seems that the whistle that the gentleman blew was kind of a signal to pack up. And you can kind of hear overhead there is beating of wings and a faint sound that is similar to the wine bottles flying in. So you get the sense that Carnival has come to a close. Does anyone glance behind them?
Probably.
You glance behind, and you watch as this greenish black fog. Now it almost kind of starts to look like a tidal wave, or just like a wall of color, and everything. It's slowly passing over everything and moving in your direction, but everything that it covers disappears, and you can't see it on the other side of this greenish black wall, and it is just slowly pushing over everything.
I try to run faster.
And you slow for a second just because you're looking back. And you're not sure if it's catching up or if you're just running slower. And you turn around and keep running. You guys are running, and there is a hand trying to take down one of the banners, and wobbles and falls right in your path. I need you all to make dex checks to try and avoid tripping over.
Oh no, my dice.
12.
18.
Come on.
Hey.
3.
65 is still a pass for me. That's under 74.
Freddie, what did you get?
12.
Okay. So yeah, so some of you just dart around it, some of you just hop over, and you're able to avoid this hand falling in your path as you're running. And you can feel that weird sensation, that weird creepy feeling that you've slowly been getting since you started to see stuff moving is slowly creeping in on you. And it's almost like it's pushing you towards where you came in. Because as you try to turn one way, you see the fog roll in, and you skirt to avoid it. And again, it's almost putting you on a direct path, but it's still slowly creeping in and, like, engulfing you. And it's catching up.
Yep, I just...
The adrenaline is pumping, your heartbeats are pounding in your ears at this point because you're just trying to push your bodies as far as you can to just run. And if you can just get to that door, if you can just get through, if you can just get there before whatever this is gets to you, then things will be fine. And that's just kind of what you all keep telling yourself over and over again. But you just keep hearing that deep, disturbing, unsettling voice, run, run, run. And it just pushing you further and further. And the door is right there. It's maybe 10, 15 feet from you guys.
I run full tilt, and when I get to it, I turn around and, like, jump through backwards.
Okay. You all get to this door, and you almost all kind of catch yourselves because it is just this one wall, so you all have to kind of convene together in order to get through it because it's not a huge section. It's just part of this 5-sided building. And you all kind of bunch together, and almost all in unison, you turn around to go through the way you came. And you're face to face with that fog. And right as you lean back, just darkness engulfs you. And you all wake up in a cold sweat wherever you fell asleep. Your hearts are pounding. You are drenched in sweat. You are breathing heavily, and you are back in whatever your night attire is.
That was
Do I still
definitely a
have the
bad
wand?
trip. I can't take that again.
You go and you feel through your pockets, or you go and you like reach for your bag, and you open it and you stick your hand in, and there's a weird blackish ichor, and you're like, okay, and you reach your hand in and you go, oh, there's the wand, because you feel it, and you pull out a piece of a tentacle.
Ugh.
Oh,
And right as you do that, okay, your phone rings. It is the middle of the night, and your phone is ringing.
check caller. Wait, I don't have caller ID, huh?
Caller
It's
ID was
20s.
not a thing for like
It's a
another 20
freaking
years.
dial-y phone.
Yep.
Hello?
I'm sorry to reach you at such a late hour, but we have a mutual benefactor,
Mutual benefactor.
and your presence is requested in New York.
By who?
You'll see. I highly recommend you make the trip. And then there's just dial tone.
Slowly.
Frederick, what are you doing when you wake up?
Trying to figure out what I took the night before that gave me such a bad trip.
Okay, you kind of get up a little bit. You're still groggy. You feel really out of it. And you're looking around, and your phone rings. It is still the middle of the night. For you, I guess it would be very early morning, like earlier than you would be getting up. Like light would just be coming up.
Hello.
I'm sorry to call you at such a late hour, but we have a mutual benefactor that would like your presence in New York.
Oh, that city's a dump.
I highly recommend you make the trip. And there's dial tone. They don't wait for a response. Sebastian, what are you doing?
I startle awake, probably end up startling Josephine awake. It's okay, darling, just go back to sleep. I had the craziest dream.
She kind of groans a little bit and just rolls over.
And I will lay back down and try to get back to sleep.
Right as you lay back down and you start to fall asleep, you feel that you're still kind of reeling from like all of this weird stuff that kind of went on. And your phone rings.
So then in walks the butler with a phone.
God damn. Must be nice.
You answer the phone.
Tell them to call back tomorrow.
They insist, sir.
Fine. We'll take it in the
And he
study.
hands you the phone.
I'll follow him out into the study.
Yep.
This is Sebastian Harkness. It's the middle of the night. It better be important.
I apologize for calling you at such a late hour, but we have a mutual benefactor, and your presence is requested in New York.
Is this for surgery?
I highly recommend you make the trip.
Is this for surgery? What is the procedure?
And there's just dial tone. Clark, when you wake up from this odd, nightmarish dream in a cold sweat, what are you doing? In the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I would have flew awake and probably startled my wife, and I'm just checking myself to see if I'm all there, patting myself, of course,
You
right?
seem fine.
Oh, good. Still cold.
You're back in your PJs, essentially. You're not in your day clothes or anything, but Nothing's broken. You don't seem harmed.
So then
And
I
your
would.
phone rings.
Oh, better get that.
It's the middle of the night and your phone starts ringing.
Go on.
I'm sorry to have called you at such a late hour.
Who is this?
We have a mutual benefactor. Your presence is requested in New York.
Okay.
I highly recommend you make the trip.
I don't know if I
And
got
again,
time.
there's just dial tone.
Hello? Hello? What the?
And that is where we'll pick up at the next session.
Well, I have one thing I'd like to do real fast.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna call the switchboard back and ask them who just connected to my where they got the connection for my call.
They
20s, I
got-
believe they have the switchboard still.
Oh yeah, they would.
Yes. The call came from New York.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a good night. I appreciate it.
Thank you for calling.
Y'all, I thought we was gonna die.
Not yet. I have to keep
It was
you alive
just-
for a little while.
Just a dream.
Wait,
I
I need
was
to keep
down to play
all of us
carnival
alive.
games till the end, man.
I will say you do all vividly remember this dream. There are no details missing. There are no foggy patches. You all remember it vividly as if this was actually happening.
And the only one that had like a tentacle or whatever was the cat.
No, if you guys went and dug through your belongings, you will find similar things.
Yeah, I would have looked through mine.
Yeah, so if you open up your pack, there will be a black ichor, and you go, oh, there's the wand, but it's a tentacle. What all did you have? You had that, you had the
Pixie dust, the wand, the tiny.
pixie dust you used, you had the wand, you had the puppet.
And
Oh,
the
I had a
flask with mood-changing worms.
You open up that flask and there's, or you pull it out and there's just a weird discolored rotten fungus in the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And then the puppet, you pull it out and it feels almost fake. It's like a hollow bone. Like the
What about the
bones of
fey
it feel
trinkets?
hollow. Which fey trinkets did you have?
I think I just had the hourglass.
You
Well, no,
pulled
the
the
tinted monocle was
hourglass.
that one.
The monocle technically was you pulled out the monocle and there is no glass in it. You pull the hourglass out and you can hear like a swooshing noise when you first grab it. And you pull it out. And while it's covered in ichor, it's full of a dark red liquid. It almost looks like the consistency of blood.
Nice.
Is there
Mark,
any wine
your
left?
wand also. There is just sand in the wine bottle.
Oh damn! I should have finished it.
Yeah, the wine bottles will have sand in them, Mark, when you pull that out. And everything, if they were all kept in the same pack together, will be covered in that same weird black ichor.
What happened to the face paint?
The face paint has just kind of turned into a pool of that stuff. That ichor.
Oh great. Okay. Well, before I go to New York, I'm cleaning my bag.
Yeah, the bottle of wine has sand in the bottom of it, Mark. Your wand has now. Well, actually, no, your wand had birds on it, if I remember right, Mark.
Yep, my wand had birds.
There is a dead bird in your bag.
Ugh.
And Sebastian, if you went through your bag, there are. No, never mind. You did not go through it. Don't worry about
I would
that.
not have gone through my stuff because it would have been in whatever would have been worn, and it was a dream, and I'm not getting up to go through my closet to go see if some random things from a dream showed up in my clothes.
Okay. The bag of pixie dust that you got, Mark, just kind of looks like dirt now. And then,
Oh, the spider.
I am sorry for this, but you pull out, you go to find the toy spider, and you go, oh, there it is. You scoop it up, and there's an actual spider in your hand.
This is me that found this?
Yes. You went going through your bag to check all the stuff that you wanted to pair for the carnival.
So I might have let out a little girl scream then when I.
You let out that scream, and your hand kind of jumps, and it just skitters off like under a wall or something, or out a door. Just
Oh, you're not getting any sleep tonight.
It's out of eye line. You have lost sight of the spider.
Oh, good.
Yay.
The wand that you had with the birds on it, when you go to look for that, there's just a dead bird in your bag.
Got that.
The wine bottle. What else did you have? Remind me.
I think you got it all.
Okay.
I had the pixie dust. I had the hourglass, which I gave to Haket. I had the spider. I had the bottle of wine. And
Oh,
Okay.
the most important thing. What happened to my candy?
and I did have
There is still a section, but it is full of like. It's almost like a sticky, mucusy feeling. It's
Oh,
clear. But there's still. And it looks very real. There's still this horn.
well, I'm definitely cleaning and keeping the horn.
But that, lady and gentlemen, is episode 1.
Yay!
Yay.
well done,
Back
Ed.
next
Very
week,
good job.
possibly.
Maybe. We will see.
What? Oh.
If we're back next week.
I do have duty this next
If we are
Friday.
not back next week, the following week, we will be good to go.
Hopefully we'll
some
have less
schedules
issues.
And people want to celebrate birthdays are coming up next week.
The nerve.
Yay.
Yep. I will definitely, I may or may not be available next week. We'll see.
All good. That gives me a week or so to fix this computer because I think I know what happened.
That's not a problem.
I think my CPU fan just died.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There is a chance that Shattered Earth will be going this weekend, or not this weekend, next weekend, so either Saturday or Sunday, but that is also still up in the air at the moment. But we will let you know as soon as we know.
I might be able to do Sunday.
Okay,
I can't do late Sunday.
that's fair. But
Oh,
either way,
I can't
thank
either.
you for watching with us. I hope you enjoy the beginning of a very creepy Call of Cthulhu time. So this is going to be Call of Cthulhu, 7th edition. And my lovely investigators are going to be going through the Masks of Neolfolka. And we will see you next time.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Have a great night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Love you.